All right, I thought I was expecting a video. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Magic Misadventures Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament. I am Mogwai, joined by Card Game PewDiePie. You haven't heard that one before. How's it going, man? Happy belated New Year.
It's going great. It's been a while since we casted the last seasonal. Very excited to be back on the desk with you. I've been casting, different things, but being on the desk with you for a seasonal is always going to be, I think, a very good time. And we always have, I think, some of the best players in Europe, and I expect a lot of great games, great decks, especially the open rounds had a few surprises, and looking forward to see who ends up taking it today.
We have to jump into the game immediately. We had some technical difficulties with, lack of communication regarding time zones, and we have the game going already. So without further ado, Broken Ball versus Ali Caesar. The first match has already begun. Ali Caesar piloting what seems to be a target-based Lee Sin deck versus Broken Ball and a Bandle Tree build, I believe, as we see right there in the win condition in his hand. Interesting matchup to start things off.
For some context, Ali Caesar was the player that went 9-0 in the open rounds. He's our first seed in Broken Ball.
Yep.
Really made it in through the wait list as a 32nd seed with the 7-2 tiebreakers. And very surprised to see Ali Caesar's deck. He was not playing Lee Sin in the open rounds. He was actually playing full aggro. He was playing spiders, he was playing spirits, and he was playing Ari Kennen. So it looks like the idea of going into open rounds with a very, different strategy to the actual top cut is something that's prevalent for many players, and in this case, especially for Ali Caesar here. Zoe looked to be the secondary win condition here, has been now taken down by the flock.
Very important. It seemed Ali Caesar was really trying to get that level up going. We saw the double arrow on her, which indicates that she had, I believe, 2 to 3 cards left to level up. So the level up would have pretty much happened next round. But not only the Ravenous Flock, we just saw a Noxian Guillotine in Broken Ball's hand. That's actually a very interesting tech card right here, as the Attune 2-drop goes down, and we see him getting up to 8 mana in total. 5 mana still available to develop that Bandle Tree, but we can also see a Poppy development, as there is a full board state here for the Italian player, as Ali Caesar is he's got 6 mana to work with here, so a very, very limited turn for him. One Dragon Link there to defend a little bit against his onslaught, but has to be more reactive this turn for sure.
And the biggest thing when playing against Noxus, if you are playing Lee Sin, is that usually if it's damage-based removal, you have the barrier on Lee Sin, you have many different ways to make sure you stay protected. But in this case, because there are kind of these direct kill effects on damage units, the moment Lee Sin gets pinged in any way, all of a sudden the guillotine, Scorched Earth can just straight up kill Lee Sin no matter what, unless there's like a Bastion or a Deny in hand.
We do see Deny, and there is the attack. The Concussive Palm stops Poppy on her tracks and really mitigates this hit from Broken Ball, as Ali Caesar now can develop a little bit of mana here and start working for that Lee Sin win condition. Double Zenith Blade in hand, 4 mana still for the Deny. We'll see how much he commits, but we see Mini Morph in Broken Ball's hand, the ultimate counter. One of the reasons why Lee Sin faded away from the ladder for a while was the prevalence of Bandle City, and that's like the biggest aspect of this matchup, as Broken Ball is going to hold on to that though and try to take out Lee Sin in a more, standard way of just damaging into Noxian Guillotine and preserving Mini Morph as a last resort, because he has to take into account that there may be several Lee Sins, so why not resort to the least likely source of removal and then opt to go for the very easy one at that.
And there's going to be the level up here, trying to get the barrier on Lee Sin. We saw the bans very quickly there, as you were mentioning there, and we saw Shadow Isle Ionia banned on both sides, something that I expect to see pretty much throughout the entirety of today. That is, of course, Ari Kennen with Go Hard checked in, and I think it's a deck that everyone is either picking to play or banning or targeting in some way. So it will be the deck that kind of has warped the entirety of this tournament meta, and we do expect bans on it all throughout the day. But there's many more coming in, as you mentioned before. The direct counter to Lee Sin, I think this is part of the reason why Bandle Tree was brought. It's probably one of the Bandle City decks that Broken Ball's bringing, making sure to have those mini morphs in multiple decks and have a clear answer for players to decide to bring a lineup that looks like Ari Kennen, Lee Sin, Darkness, for example.
Makes a lot of sense. We saw Lee Sin, one of the best decks in the open qualifiers. Many players, not only from the EU region, but also from the North American region as well. I saw Majin Bay streaming his own run, and he was playing Lee Sin, believed it to be one of the best tournament decks right here. So Broken Ball has a pretty interesting read on what the expected meta would turn out like, and we see him Did you say he had another Bando City deck aside this? Because I haven't seen his.
I think it was actually
lineup.
in this case Pantheon Taric, I believe it was. There was a Demacia Targon, so it might be Bandletree, Ari Kendon, Pantheon Taric, but I'm not entirely sure if that lineup would make sense on paper. So we just saw it briefly. We'll have to try and check after this game one, because we were kind of rushed into this round and into the tournament starting. We'll have to try and get deck lists and get everything in order for the next game of this series and the future round as well.
Down goes the Bandletree. That is the win condition online. We don't see exactly how progressed it's been. I mean, we have an idea. We see Bando City, Demacia, Piltover, Bilgewater on the board alone, as there is a Freljord card generating there. The mightiest of Paros, and there's the second mini morph. Huge draw for Broken Ball. Able to just easily insert a second Lee Sin, as this mini morph has evolved into a Overwhelm morph. I don't know what I'm saying. And it's going to be met up with the Mighty Poro here.
Overwhelm on two cute characters. Everything is even here on the board. I think, Malga, we always talk about the information game. And when a player is playing Zenith Blade on the mini morph, Manatee, something is pretty doomed about his hand. And Broken Ball knows this as well. He knows there's no Lee Sin. He knows that this is Ali Caesar trying to pivot into a plan, not even a plan B, because that's normally Zoe win condition. It's a plan C of trying to find some unit that you can give overwhelmed to and try and push an advantage. But it already indicates that Ali Caesar is in a bit of trouble. He has no more card draw. He has the Eye of the Dragon. He can't use Crescendum to thin out another one. He has all three already on the board or on in hand. And he has two denies, which can't stop him anymore. So this is actually pretty terrible news here for Ali Caesar. And this is what happens to Lee's Index when they're playing against Minimorph. All of a sudden, the game plan doesn't make any sense.
It gets shut down way too easily. And Broken Ball had a very nice draw there with the Bomber Twins, getting the Shurima requirement alongside Ionia now. We can have an idea of how much the progression has gone. We haven't seen the beginning, but I think he's getting pretty close to the end, as there is a Targon, the Tiari Traveler? Tiari the Traveler? There we go. As he draws into another Targon card anyways. There it is. 9 out of 10. That's it.
Broken Ball hooking us up with the hover on the landmark, knowing that we arrived late to the party. And it's one away here, just playing. Well, you have the Telescope and the Tiari.
I'll consider it.
You can pick and choose here. And as we see, Ali Caesar, he's not really getting lethal this turn, despite the attack token. Goes for the pass instead. There's nothing he can do to deny his Telescope from coming on the board. That's not quite how the card works. And he can't deny the landmark popping off after this round. And so this will be game one, going to Broken Ball, the landmark here, win with the Bandletree, and one win away from advancing to the next round and eliminating the current seed number one from the open rounds, Ali Caesar.
Not only the number one seed, Broken Ball was the last seed in this tournament, placing at 32nd English, as he is going to be taking out what many would believe the favorite. As you mentioned earlier, he did manage to go 9-0 in the qualifier with a full-on burn lineup. And we see, obviously, Ari Kennen, not a surprise. That's going to be the go-to ban for a lot of these matchups. It is the best deck in the meta. And in the hands of the best players, it really has its own power level as of right now. Though perhaps not as popular on ladder because of how difficult of a deck it is to master. It is definitely going to be the tale of the day in this tournament. And we're going to see that being banned quite regularly, as Pantheon Taric is left for Broken Ball. One game away from taking that first win against the number one seed in the tournament, as we see a mulligan into double Wounded White Flame, and we're looking at a Lee Sin salty run back here for Caesar.
And the Pantheon Taric usually has a bad matchup against Lee Sin, usually like around 40% win rate on ladder, but seeing the Hush in hand already maybe indicates there might be more than one copy even in the deck, and that is obviously going to skew the win rate in favor of Broken Bull having a clear-cut answer that cannot be stopped unless there's a Bastion on Lee Sin. So I don't even know if Alice is running Bastion. It's a card that is either a one-of copy or is even cut in many Lee Sin lists nowadays, with the inclusion of things like White Flame, for example, and having the win condition not just be relying on Lee Sin, but having a few different plans B and plan C with the White Flame and Zoe, of course, as well.
I definitely think I'd see it as unlikely for it to be more than a one-off, considering we see two copies of Deny. Normally, Deny and Bastion serve a very similar role, and a lot of times you kind of like spread them out evenly. But now that we see two copies of them, evenly, what I'm saying is that you don't load too much on both. So
Yeah.
I think at most we'll see a one-off of Bastion if a Caesar is even running it, as the Zenith Blade goes down immediately onto the Wounded White Flame. This street drop, I've heard, Panda, it's pretty good.
I've not just heard, but seeing this now, I can believe, that, why this might be, because it's already a 4-7 with Overwhelm. That being said, 1 versus 2, usually, if you're double teamed like this, you do end up losing that out. There is going to be a Pale Cascade possibility for one of these. There's also going to be
Sharpsight as well.
a chance for Sharpsight as well. So there's a lot of buffs here, and there is a Pale Cascade to back things up still at fast or burst speed for Ali. But we'll see once all the Faded gets added on here if it'll be enough. For right now, both are still surviving, so just 2 walls hitting each other and nothing really happening in this case.
And there is the Pantheon draw. Grappler's older brother has joined the ranks of Broken Ball's hand, as he has a bunch of ways to promote that level up as well. Those guiding touches are going to be really neat here for the Wounded White Flame, especially since he's actually wounded right now. And there's a second Pantheon draw, which can be pretty relevant because Pantheon's signature spell leads to a stun, which can potentially halt a Lee Sin in the later portions of the game, if timed correctly. So we'll see just how early Broken Ball decides to develop his own Pantheon, or if he's just going to be focusing on just buffing these Wounded White Flames and then preserving Pantheon for when the time is right. Guiding Touch goes down, heals up the Wounded White Flame while triggering the Faded as he draws into a Mountain Goat.
As always, to remind viewers of the importance of these matches, this is going to be a single elimination tournament, which means that despite all the work and all the effort Ali has put to make it to this point, to make it as a #1 seed, going 9-0 in the open rounds, he is 1 game away from being eliminated and ending his journey here in this best of 3. So there's no double elimination. There's no loser side of the bracket. There's only 1 bracket, and it's a best of 3. So players have to be playing at their top level at all times.
Crescendo being generated by Caesar can fish out that second Eye of the Dragon, but not really presenting a solid block for next round, except for the Dragonlings. For 1 second, I thought the attack token was reverted. I was like, this is a nasty attack hit coming in from Broken Ball. But no, actually, this Crescendum is phenomenal. It's going to set up double Dragonling defense right there, and it's going to lead to really neat things. As we're going to see if Valley Caesar wants to develop this or not. He may be paranoid about a potential single combat, but considering you're getting a second Dragonling anyways, it doesn't really matter. Like, the outcome is the same. So this Crescendum, there's no reason not to go for it. As we're going to see the second Eye of the Dragon go out, and this is going to represent a very tough wall for Broken Ball to overcome. This is already looking really neat for Caesar.
The third arm of Exodia has arrived. The full Dragonling wall is going to be set up. In this case, not really so relevant because there is a Wounded White Flame on the board. This is one of the ways the deck has changed a bit with the inclusion of White Flame. Normally, you would not play Lee Sin until, the right moment, and that allowed full board space to just play Eye of the Dragons and have the full Dragonling army set up because you cut out things like Mountain Goat, etc. over time. In this case, there isn't really the space for one more Eye of the Dragon, but you have that backup at least ready for if one of these 2 does die. We didn't see Soul Combat last turn because there was 3 mana up for Ali, so the chance of Noblify is always going to be there. I think Broken Ball wants to try and play around that as much as possible.
It's hard though. Like a good Lee Sin player will always leave at the very least 2 mana open for that, especially in a matchup like this, where Soul Combat is one of the most impactful spells right there. As we see a Deep Meditation draw him into another copy of Zenith Blade and a Hush of his own, which can be pretty damn relevant in this matchup, more so than the Hush that Broken Ball is holding, because shutting down Pantheon's keywords entirely can be absolutely brutal, and that's why Broken Ball is really going to have to rely on Pantheon pulling that spell shield, which could make the difference because there's no other source of interaction within Caesar's hand right now, and it could stop the Hush on its tracks. Doteric goes down, and now this is when the value begins. We're going to see an attack here. Are we going to see Sharpside being played immediately, or is he going to hold back on those combat tricks for later? I think there's no point to hold back. Like, you may as well get the value, trigger the Faded, and get the more stats you can get. The problem is you don't have any Overwhelm on any of your dragons, so
yeah, I think
right now
it's trying to see what the blockers are going to be.
Yeah,
for Ali to commit them, and then decide and see where exactly the best way to do it will be. I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be a Targon.
Dragon's too big. The Dragon's too big, man.
It's no surprise. This is Targon all over again. We've seen Targon mirrors in many metas. It's not necessarily a direct mirror, but most of the key players are going to be here. Hush, the Wounded White Flame, of course, and things like the usual combat tricks you have, like Pill Cascade and Sharpside, etc. So it's going to get, I think, quite a bit of a stalemate until the champions come on the board, until Pantheon, until Lee Sin come down and start actually causing a real threat.
The big difference here is the Wounded White Flame for Caesar has Overwhelm, so there is an incentive for him to attack. And down goes a concerted strike immediately onto this Wounded White Flame. We're going to see a deny, saying no to that. And now maybe, just maybe, we'll see a Hush in response from Broken Ball, but that won't be enough to knock out this Wounded White Flame. Losing Tarek is a big blow. I don't really know if Broken Ball could really afford this. But if he does commit Hush, he may be compelled to go for the sharp side as well to try to get this dragon out of the way, and that could be an answer here. Or he may be just content with trading these two. I like this play. I like him preserving the Hush and just be like, hey, you know what? I'll let these two trade.
And now if Ali Caesar goes all in and tries to buff this Wounded White Flame further, then you Hush, and then you get the kill. Beautiful. And you kind of, this is always going to be the same thing with these kind of stalemate positions on the board. The idea of being proactive on the stack is usually a bad thing. Whoever has kind of that last say, whoever laughs last, ends up having the biggest reward in terms of, dictating exactly what parameters are thrown into the mix here for the combat tricks.
Put Ali in a very compelling position here.
This is always the same case with these kind of mirrors where you have all this mana, everyone's playing so slow, but when someone starts the chain, all of a sudden you use up all your mana, use up 5 cards trying to be the one to win that combat trick chain. And in this case, Broken Ball seems to be the one.
Oh, he pulls the trigger. He pulls the trigger. He draws his Lee Sin though. But now the Hush is open for Broken Ball. And he does go for it. But that Hush, no longer available for Lee Sin. That's a big deal.
You still have Pill Cascade here, but won't do enough in terms of saving this Wounded White Flame, and that is kind of the end of the combat chain for Ali.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Not even the Resonating Strike does not lead to enough damage output. There's just not. There's no worth in playing any of these spells. He already has the Eye of the Dragons enabled anyways. But this open attack from Broken Ball is going to lead to really good things. But what you mentioned there before, the wall, the Dragon Link wall is here.
This is the silver lining. The White Flame dies, at least you can set up, the great Dragonling wall that every aggro player has nightmares about. Whenever I see this, I'm like, all right, time to go next game, because you're not getting past this usually.
Ooh, Caesar holding on to the Hush, but if he gets Spell Shield, he could regret it. Gonna go for the Guiding Touch, level up Pantheon. Let's see if the Spell Shield is triggered.
Level up occurs, the Super Saiyan, raining down on Earth.
Probably not over the top.
Occurs. Pantheon level up comes in. He has a lot of keywords, but no Spell Shield.
No Spell Shield.
Does have Fearsome, though. It's going to cause some amount of a hurdle here for Ali to try and find a way to block it. Does also have Scout, so can definitely attack twice here as well.
Yeah, Caesar just letting it go through. Like, it's not really super threatening as of right now. I like this. This Hush is worth so much. There's no reason to rush it. Gonna go for that extra card draw. Finally finds the Zenith Blade. But man, this Lee Sin, what's stopping it now? I mean, if he develops it this round, those stuns from Pantheon will not be able to respond and open attack here. And that is exactly what Caesar is going for. He knows this. He knows his turn to play Lee Sin is now, and he has to set up an open attack immediately. Do not pass initiative, otherwise he's gonna get halted here, even with a deny.
Looking at the deck list for Broken Ball, there is only one copy of Hush in Pantheon Tarek list, and that copy of Hush was already used in the last turn.
Okay, he goes for the Overwhelm. Well, that buys Broken Ball turn. Unless he applies the deny onto that.
We're gonna see the Still in Combat being used here to try and take down this Lee Sin.
He's gonna force more cards out of him, but this is like a really promising hand here for Caesar, because double Pill Cascade allows him to very easily trigger the barrier for Lee Sin while also cycling through his deck to find other resources, because he could find a Concussive Palm that can buy him some time as well in case he doesn't get the attack that he needs to here. Pill Cascade number 1.
Can do it here, add some extra attack as well to Lee Sin, so that definitely helps with the win condition of trying to get this OTK kill, possibly this turn with that twin draw as well. And with open deck list, the idea of having seen the only Hush being played already, you play with much more clarity in mind of saying, hey, there's no Hush available for my opponent. I don't have to play around this. I can play maybe some much more risky lines as well because of it.
And we may see gutting touch onto the dragon here. Yep. Cycle through the deck, try to see find something. That's not what you want to see. That single combat just got completely negated without having to force Ali into any of his disruptive spells. And now we're gonna see the shield vault. This may warrant a deny. The problem is, if Ali commits a deny here, then he leaves himself wide open to a concerted strike. So I don't think he can afford this. I think he just has to take the hit here. He still has the Great Dragonling Wall, and I think it's okay. Oh wow, he's going. It's risky. It's very risky. I don't think he needs to. He has that hush in the back. He has that hush, but he may be worried. Do we know if they have like? Does Broken Ball have a one-off of Bastion?
He does have 2 copies of
Two
that.
copies. That's very dangerous, actually, for an open attack. That could be really, really dangerous. This is gonna be game winning though for Caesar. Like he took the risk. It's like, hey, I don't think you have, because if you had a concerted strike, I think you would have showed it earlier. And he's going for it. He's going for the kill, and there is nothing Broken Ball can do. And Lee Sin doing Lee Sin things, karate kicking, actually Muay Thai really, to victory. And we're going to a game 3, folks.
That's exactly what Lee Sin is trying to do. The OTK that everyone dreads so much. The combination of the overwhelm damage when the unit gets kicked in front of him does damage from the kick and also the overwhelm. So whatever the attack is, you times it times 2, and if it's more than the opponent's health, you win the game. That's how Lee Sin works. And showing why a lot of players in the open rounds, and I expect also today in the top cut, are going to be bringing this exact lineup: Darkness, Lee Sin, and Ari Kennen, which can be targeted by aggro decks, not banning Ari Kennen, but then Lee Sin and Darkness do have quite a bit of game in terms of healing against aggro, for example. And this is just the de facto, I think, control lineup that a lot of players will be bringing to the tournament today.
Yeah, Ali Caesar's lineup is the same lineup that we've seen across many players who qualified for the seasonals with an impressive record. Even though Ali did end up going there with an aggro lineup, I really do feel like even if you run into lineups that are somewhat targeting what you're doing, it's still just a very solid 3 decks you're going with that can beat anything. And Darkness has been at the very top of the meta for a while, and being able to contest against Ari Kennen with all the pings. We'll see what variant of Darkness Caesar is bringing, because we've seen a lot of them that are just going all in with the go hards and even the group shots. But is that really a thing if you're planning to ban Ari Kennen? Because I wouldn't expect that to be the case. I would expect a more conventional version of Darkness. We're going to see right now, Twisted Catalyzer for Ali Caesar on attack token on turn 2 is something that you're definitely very happy to see. And also Senna as well. I think a Vengeance and perhaps even the Pokestick mulligan here could happen, because Pokestick is not as great in this matchup.
It's I think pretty terrible. I mean, this is the one reason, the same way that the Pantheon Taric against Lee Sin had like a 40% win rate, now it's the other way around. Darkness has around a 40% win rate against Pantheon Taric because it's just too much stats. You can't really deal with it. Even unless you really get the Darkness going very early with a Catalyzer, the HP totals on the units you're trying to kill are just far too high for these ping effects and Darkness to matter in the mid game. And then you lose control of the board and things just go in the way of the Pantheon Taric players. So the fact that this Catalyzer was able to attack freely here without a blocker is obviously a very good sign for Ali. But overall, this matchup is going to be unfavored for him, I think, with Darkness.
Look how he kept the Vengeance and he drew into another one. Definitely a card that you're not generally used to seeing people keep on the mulligans, but very relevant in this matchup, especially considering that most of the value tends to go onto one unit, being able to deal with that.
This hand is so terrible for Broken Ball, though. 2 free attacks from the Catalyzer, not having a unit drop until turn 4, and it being really a Saga Seeker or just a naked Pantheon. Veigar coming down turn 4 as well, not having a way to kill it because you don't have enough HP totals to be able to single combat even. I was talking about it being unfavored, but all of a sudden, because of the heart of the cards, Ali is now very favored, everything going in his favor.
Hashtag Naked Pantheon. I'm 12. All right, we're going to see Naked Pantheon go down here, and I would expect Pantheon into single combat. I think at this point, he had... Oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe this into Sharp Sight. I mean, I think you got to try to deal with Veigar effective immediately, but we... Wow, okay, interesting. Oh my God. Okay,
yeah,
that is the story of threes.
For
Golden Ages.
And this is, a thing that happens with card games. You can be the best player in the world, that some days you're going to draw all the wrong cards in the completely wrong order, and that will definitely scuff your chances at winning a matchup that in theory should be favored for you.
Not me. I always draw what I need. People just need to train a little bit better. Down goes Darkness onto the. I call him Redbeard. You know, Redbeard man. Redbeard man is gonna take a big hit here, and there is a sharp sight potential there for Broken Ball, but that's the gist of it. And I'm not sure if you want to be using your buffs onto that unit right there. I'm shocked we didn't see Pantheon on curve last round. I think Pantheon into single combat was justified. I'm not sure if Ali Caesar is running multiple copies. Maybe he was worried about stress defense in response. That would make sense, but maybe he wanted to make use of the barrier for an attack here as well, because he does know that ultimately he is in a race here. As down goes, Mr. What's the
Dark Bull Acolyte is the name?
Yeah, no. I was searching for like this reference for because he's very. You can clearly tell what he's saying when he's speaking. Down goes single combat onto Vagar though. No stress defense in response. Caesar wanted to keep his options open.
It's too late though. 3 counters have already been added to the darkness. I was talking earlier about, unless the darkness gets really high very quickly, you have a very hard time taking down units. But now, because the darkness is so high, all these units are in range, and this makes the matchup. It was very bad before because of the HP total, because of the faded, obviously giving the HP buffs to things like the Wounded White Flame. But in this case now, it's a lot easier for Ali to take control of the board, and darkness is all about controlling the board, stabilizing mid game, and then winning it out with your better tools in late game.
And we were talking about Pokestick being terrible in this matchup, but not in this case. Gonna allow Caesar to clear that Pantheon as Redbeard number 2 goes down, and unfortunately is just not built up enough. And this Catalyzer has just been having free hits all game. This Catalyzer is just like the greatest Catalyzer I've ever seen.
It's doomed. It is doomed.
I like Quicken here.
Catalyzer is able to survive for 3 turns of unfettered attacks onto your Nexus. It's just it's very, very bad start for Broken Ball. I don't think he can make it back into this game. 10 HP on the Nexus already.
And we have Mr. number 2 right there at a top deck for Ali Caesar. And we're going to see a vengeance. This time, Caesar's not playing around. It's like, hey, your second Pantheon, we're going to deal with that. And there is the possibility of a Bastion top deck here. But no, this game is all about drawing your copies of every single card like 3 times.
It was the same in the last game as well.
Lord.
We saw all 3 copies of Pantheon in the hand against Lee Sin. So
Jeez.
Broken Ball just seems to not have the right combination of cards in hand throughout the last 2 games.
Oh man, he just does not believe in the power of friendship, dude.
And you see no block there because Ali is all of a sudden the aggro deck. He's deciding to go wide and going for these wide swings, trying to.
This Ixtali Sentinel. This Ixtali Sentinel just can represent an insane.
Look at this aggro strat. You take down the unit and your units get buffed their attack. It's perfect, Mogwai.
Who would have known? Who would have thought? Darkness is at the end of the day, Darkness is just an aggro deck in disguise of a control deck. That's all there is, man. Like this attack is just we're looking at 8 damage here. Ixtali Sentinel will represent lethal next round. Like, and he's did he just pass back? I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, as we're seeing here, this is what happened. Ali knows that Broken Ball is so behind that Broken Ball has to try and play into these kind of things, and he's trying to take full control, wins the game 3, wins the series, and we have to say, Ali was a bit fortunate that the hand for Broken Ball was so terrible in what should have been a favorite matchup for him in a lineup that, on paper, it should have definitely favored Broken Ball. But in the case, in practice, it was not the case there. Terrible draws, just multiple Golden Aegis, multiple Pantheons as well. And our number 1 seed in the open rounds, Ali Caesar, will advance to the next round with Broken Ball, a player that everyone knows in the EMEA region. One of the brightest stars from Italy is already knocked out in the first round, which is something that we talked about in every tournament in seasonals. 32 players come in, all fantastic players, but after 1 hour, half of those players are already eliminated, and they're relegated to spectators for the rest of the event.
F's in the chat for Broken Ball. That was a really solid lineup that he brought. Pantheon let him down, unfortunately, but that Banditry deck put in the work, and Ali Caesar still in the tournament, still the number 1 seed with essentially the number 1 lineup to at least to be expected here, and putting in the work with that Darkness in that last game. That was just like when you see that Twisted Catalyzer just getting away with it again and again, like the entire game, it just feels so bad. Like that card makes such a difference in how that deck plays out, especially in the mid to later portions of the match. And we just saw a completely dominating one-sided game there. That is unfortunate for Broken Ball, but that is the nature of card games. You have to deal with variance, and that's why the best players are deemed the best players because of their overall consistent. Definitely not going to be the last time we see Broken Ball, and excited to see if he can make a comeback in the next season. But Ali Caesar is advancing, and we're going to be looking into another game because that was a pretty quick series at the end of the day. So we're going to be venturing into another one soon, and we'll see. We got some good options. We got some good B games.
We always have some good options, Bob.
Yeah.
There's seasonal. There's no, there's a few unknown names, but they're unknown names for only a little while. Most of them end up performing very well, and then they become known as well. And I think most players try and make the most out of the opportunity to make it a top cut, which is very difficult, having to go through open rounds and getting a 7-2 or an 8-1 or a 9-0 score against some of the best players in Europe is always going to be difficult. But when they make it, they always try and make the best out of the opportunity. And we see some great action always in this case. But I think you really nailed it there with the fact that it is a card game, and variance does occur, and some decks are better built for kind of consistency and making sure, especially Ari Kennen, for example. It's so good because it cycles so much, so there's no chance you don't draw what you need. You always find what you need, and this also adds another element of the deck being very, very strong.
I'm just a little bit sad, honestly, because this is a very neat tournament that I always look forward to. But there's always a little bit of national pride, right? And we gotta address the elephant in the room, Panda. Like what we're both thinking about before commenting this. There's no Spaniard in today's tournament, and I just, you pull the Swedish card, which I think it's BS, but whatever, I don't have a second nationality to me. Maybe
Brazil,
NA.
But we're in the region.
Exactly. Yeah. So
it is unfortunate. No Spanish players. Ever since the first seasonal, we've always had not even just one, but multiple. It's always been one of the top 4 or top 3 regions, one of the powerhouses. But overall, no Spanish players. I am going to root for Simon and Aaron and have my Swedish bias come through. But that's going to be it for this first round. Most of the matches are wrapped up or about to be wrapped up. So we're going to go to a very quick 5-minute break. We'll have an interview, as always, with the participants for this tournament. This time we had 17 out of the 32 players participating. So you'll hear from a lot of them here in the interviews throughout every single break in this tournament. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We'll be right back with round 2.
I dipped into the alpha when it was available for a weekend, and I love the game and keep going on since then.
I had previously played Hearthstone and League of Legends, so when Riot announced that they were releasing this new card game that's based on League of Legends champs, I was interested and decided to try it out, and I was hooked immediately. So
I started playing back in beta because I was playing other card games, and through League I found out about the card game, and then I took a break until Irelia came out, and then I started playing again because I saw seasonals.
I've been playing League of Legends since 2010, and for the last couple of years I've been playing a lot of card games. So during the beta, when Riot announced the new card game, I was inclined to check it out. Played a couple of expeditions, didn't like it that much, and then last year of April, a friend mentioned it briefly in the conversation, and seeing how I was starting to stream at that point and I needed a main game, it was natural for me to check it out again, and they improved upon the game a lot, so I keep playing it every day, I guess.
I was always a fan of card games, but for a few years I didn't play any because there weren't any good ones in the market. Then the League of Legends card game got announced. I waited for it, and I played it since open beta.
Started during the first COVID lockdown, actually. I was really bored. Was looking for stuff to do, and LoR is a really, really good card game.
I played since the beginning, but I made a break, and I beginning to play again 4 months ago.
I started when it was first announced in the League client, and started in the open beta, started to play a lot of expeditions, and afterwards started to play ranked, and was hooked from the first moment.
Okay, so I heard about the game when it came out, actually, because some of my friends picked it up, but I started playing only November of last year, because one of my friends kept telling me that it's a good game, and I figured I'd just give it a shot. And ever since then, it's been really fun.
At the very beginning, when the games launched, there was this drops, and I got a drop on the second day to early access to closed beta. And after that, I really enjoyed the game, and ever since I kept playing, basically.
Naturally, from the beta, being a big card game player for 20 years already, I immediately liked the game.
Since 2011, when I tried my first card game, I was constantly looking for new card game releases and trying them all in search of better developers, patches, design, less random stuff affecting outcome of the game, etc. So this way I tried LoR, and I am in for 2 years and counting, and I think right now it's a superior card game, and I hope it will constantly evolve to stay like that.
I mean, I basically tried every card game in the history, so I just randomly tried it while I was playing Magic the Gathering, and I saw the open beta being announced, and I tried it immediately, and I just fell in love with the game, and I immediately switched from Magic the Gathering and every other card game I was playing to playing Runeterra full-time, basically.
I already played a few of online TCGs, like Hearthstone and Duelist, and I saw the game for the first time on the League of Legends 10-year anniversary and was already hooked and started playing in beta.
So I've played Legends of Runeterra since open beta, actually. I come from Magic, which is a game I still play professionally. But from time to time, when the time permits and there's a little bit of lull in the competitive Magic scene, I revisit Runeterra because I do love this game. It is quite incredible, and this is my third seasonals now. So I'm really hyped to make top 32.
I started in the beginning of 2021 when I was searching for another trading card game to play because Yu-Gi-Oh! Shut down, which I was playing previously, and I just tried it out because I liked the League IP and started to get all my friends into it, and this is just how it started. It has been like exactly a year now, I think.
I was a huge card game fan. I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was in high school. Then I started playing Hearthstone. Then I was playing League for like 10 years since it launched. And when they said they were making a card game, I just hopped on the hype train. I started playing it right away when it first launched. Then I created my YouTube channel and started creating content for it. Yeah.
All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the magical it's a hard one, man.
All kinds of
magical Misadventures seasonal tournament, Flash of Runeterra. You know who we are, so let's get to it. We are actually going to be explaining what the tournament is and all the things that we weren't able to do first, where we just like turboed into the first game.
This is because I think we should explain there was a bit of a mix-up with a region combination now of the Southeast Asia and Asia. There was a mix-up with obviously they had to change the schedule to accommodate the Asian players and not just the Southeast Asian because of the time zone differences. And they didn't really take into account that the tournament would end right as we were supposed to start, or even a little bit later than expected. So we were kind of cut off for our usual, very boring, housekeeping start where we mention the players and the countries and everything that I think it is important to note. So
we get to do that now.
We're gonna do it now in a bit of a reverse order, but we'll do it now before the round 2 starts, and then obviously go through the bracket and see what the round 2 matchups look like as well.
All right, so let's get on with it. What is the seasonal tournament? In case you're wondering, well, it is a tournament that happens every season at the end as players. Well, you see. Oh wow,
you're a bright mind.
I know. I'm also very humble. But yeah, it is a seasonal tournament that happens at the end of every season, where the top 32 players qualify through the client in an event known as the seasonal qualifier, and we have for every region the top 32 go at it in a single elimination tournament to determine the winner. So let's go into details for the format and everything. I'll let you take the reins for that, Panda. I'm just
gonna throw it to me.
I'm just gonna sit back and hey, you're so good at this, man. Just go.
As we all know, many players qualify through rank ladder and through gauntlet into the open rounds. 1,032 players total. You go through 9 rounds. If you're 7-2 and have the tiebreakers are done through the ladder placements before that qualifier starts. If you're 7-2 and have a high place on ladder, you qualify. 8-1 and 9-0 always qualify, and you make into the, as Mahler said, the top cut, the top 32, which is the next weekend, the one we're in. right now. And it's 32 players going into single elimination, 5 rounds total. Obviously, you start at round of 32, 16 quarterfinals, semi, and the finals. The prize pool is going to be $20,000, but we're going to go into that. I think, we're seeing it here. $10,000 as always for the champion, with the total slowly running it down all the way to every single player that qualifies to Top Cut gets some amount of monetary compensation. So there's always that little benefit of making it into Top Cut, because again, open rounds are so difficult to navigate. To get that 7-2 or that 8-1 score is always a challenge for even the best of players.
But you know what everybody wants? They want that $10,000 first prize for the champion, as you can see right there, alongside Kenan, to become his friend as well. Let's take a look at today's schedule. As as much as it has shifted, this is what the plan was. All right.
But no, wait. The plan is still the same, Mogwai. This is the magic of the Incline tournament. We don't decide anything. If the broadcast is delayed, the tournament says, "I don't care. We're starting round 1 at the same time as always." So players are unaffected. It is only the broadcast and the viewers. To some extent, we have to jump into kind of the middle of game 1, and we missed the initial housekeeping, but we're still getting everything done now before the round 2 starts, as usual at 2 p.m. So it's just the same thing is going to be happening every hour. The timer dictates, as we all know now, how the rounds progress. Players like Sari and Lobster have to be very careful to keep track of their timer from the very first moment the series starts.
Shots fired.
And to make sure they're not going to have a timer loss like we've seen in the past few seasonal tournaments, even in a semifinal for Sari, which is even more heartbreaking for him. So now players have learned this, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice. I don't know how the saying is, but essentially you don't get fooled 3 times. That's the gist of it.
We got round 6, top 16, as you guys can see there, into quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Like Panda said, each of these taking approximately a little bit over an hour, and the event will be over by 6:20. But that's not the end of all Legends of Runeterra action today, because we have the inferior North American region afterwards that will come with around 12 p.m. PST. You guys do the math. Go into Google time zones, and you can figure that out.
It should be 9 p.m.
Thank you.
Time if you are in Central Europe.
Thank you. You always got my back. So stay tuned for that, as the best players from the Americas will go at it afterwards. And we have an entire day of competitive Legends of Runeterra, which is pretty damn neat. But let's take a look at the 32 players who qualified for today's event. No Spaniards. I cry every time. Some Fs in the chat. For
no
Spaniards,
Spanish players,
please.
But there are some very exciting names to see here. Alan ZQ finally making it into a seasonal tournament, defeating the open round curse. He's like the Benjamin Button of Runeterra. He wins the world championship and then he qualifies.
I did not get that reference, but
it's a movie. Oh my god, Mogwai, you are a lost cause. I'm giving up on you. In the 8th seasonal tournament, finally I will give up on you. We do have also Fresh Lobster making a return into the tournament. Someone that we know very well as one of the strongest players in Europe. Made it, especially the last few seasons, has made it very far in all tournaments. Hasn't won it yet though. Is this finally the time where he can definitely make a great performance and try and win it here? Some more important names to note to mention. I've talked about Salty Simon and Aaron, the Swedish players. Both have played in the Swedish team for Masters Europe, and 2 big names. Also, we have Meliador, we have Shuki, someone that's always there for Belgium, seems to be in so many seasons as well. Pavlici, the Russian player, Kurashi, the German Masters Europe champion, alongside Kobachi and Teddy in that last Masters Europe. Any more names you want to mention here that you just immediately stick out to you?
I want to give a shout out to Boki. He's been streaming quite regularly as well. We saw him representing his team in the Europe Masters and the Croatia, correct? Or what is that flag?
For Boki, that's Serbia.
Serbia, oh my god.
we need at least one geography error from Mogwai, or it's not a seasonal tournament. And we also have to mention there is a player that is qualified from Oman, someone, a country we haven't seen represented yet. Again, justifying the change from EU to EMEA for those that might have missed it or might be under a rock. We are no longer the EU seasonal, we are the EMEA seasonal, including the Middle East and including Africa, which are regions that participate in the same shard as Europe when it comes to rank ladder, when it comes to qualifying tournaments like these. So Oman, obviously, Mogwai, you now know, is the neighbor of which countries?
Yemen. And
very good.
The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia.
Very good. Now, the question that you don't have to Google. What is the capital of Oman?
Let's talk about France. France is all over the place in this tournament. The number 1 region, wow, right?
And I believe this is the first time. I believe it has always been Germany that has had the highest density of players qualifying in seasonals, always, 10, 9, 8 players. They never kind of let loose of that grip they have on the European, or the EMEA region rather. But finally, France is the one that they've always been obviously up there. They've always been second or third with 4, 5, 6 participants. But in this case, 7 players coming in from France, 6 from Germany, so a very close second. No Spain, as we're going to mention every single round this tournament, because we are very sad about that. But Turkey, again, riding their high from the Masters Europe win, and having more and more players consistently placing very highly here on the participation record for the top cuts. And then we have the usual suspects: Russia, Italy, Poland, Turkey. Surprising to see Czech Republic missing as well. That's another big country that we have 2 seasonal winners from Czech Republic, the most out of any other country in this region, also missing here. So definitely a bit of an odd seasonal in terms of the stats.
Yeah, not the usual, because it's been pretty consistent throughout 2021, but I guess new year, new stats. Let's take a look at the most played champs throughout the seasonal qualifiers. This is going to be an absolute shocker, ladies and gentlemen. You are not ready for this. You are not ready for this. Oh my God. Ari, Kennen at the top. I have no words, Panda.
This is expected. This is Azurelia, but to the next level. It's just when a deck is so strong and so versatile that the entirety of the tournament meta is warped around it. You're either bringing it, you're either banning it, or you're either bringing a lineup that counters it, while probably also bringing it in your lineup. Because it's a ban. If you don't bring it, you're immediately shooting yourself in the foot, because it is such an important deck in terms of not just, hey, maybe you're bad on the deck, that's fine. Just bring it. It'll get banned, and then you can play the other 2 decks that you think are strongest, that you're most comfortable on. So most of these players that really consider themselves competitive players had to be playing this deck this season. It was a necessity to have some amount of understanding of how this deck works. It is a complicated deck to play. There's a lot of player agency, a lot of decision making, as with most kind of Ionia or Tarkin-based decks. And it is a very difficult deck to play. I think a lot of players today are hoping it gets banned, because some players are very good on it, and it really shows, but some players are not really at the same level. And if it doesn't get banned, if it gets targeted by maybe an aggro lineup, they might be in trouble.
As a fellow, as a hipster wannabe, I want to take a look at those one-off champions, though, that made it up here, because I see numbers that really, they emanate spice. We got Victor, we got your boy Nocturne as well, Viego having been represented as well, alongside Thresh, Nasus potentially. Could we see some Thresh Nasus today? I think that's a very underrated deck right now.
True, the Bulgarian player was the only one to bring Thresh Nasus into his lineup. We also saw Barbaros, the Turkish player. He brought Nightfall. He brought Sentinels with Kindred. So he brought some very spicy decks as well. We had quite a bit of spice actually in the open rounds. A lot of players making it with very unique strategies, especially a lot of aggro lineups. Like full aggro, we usually see it as a meme, like, oh, you're bringing 9 times Decimate, 9 times Fervor. In this case, and in this current meta, with kind of the targeting of Ari Kennen, the same way that Azurelia was targeted in the past, it is actually a lineup that many fantastic players decided to bring, which is sometimes like a coin flip lineup. In this case, not so much, because you are targeting a deck that you really expect to see, 27 times basically. And it really does show how Ali Caesar qualified with 9-0, and a few other players made it with aggro as well.
Looking at that region pie, rather, we see the top 2 regions right now: Bandle City, led by Ionia. My 2 favorite regions in the game, being at the very high end, as we see there. Some numbers, from Shadow Owls, Targan. Poor Noxus and Demacia, though, very, very underrepresented alongside Freljord. And what even is that orange thing that doesn't even appear? What is that? That PNZ? Oh my God, is that PNZ? Oh my lord.
And Freljord just completely forgotten at 0.8%, I believe, of deck representation. That might change, though. We saw some interesting spoilers yesterday. I was very excited for that. Finally, Freljord getting some love, and the kind of the troll and the shaman and the mystical
I like that package a lot, because it's not necessarily like a new archetype, but it reinforces old archetypes. And I really
so necessary for Starground based decks, for damage based decks.
Love it.
I got too carried away with the new cards, so we can go into that maybe in a much deeper dive later down the line. But right now, this is the key thing is just to go over the regions here, and we are going to be very close moving into round 2. And
all right, Dad. Okay, Dad.
I have good news for you, Alan. We're going to be looking at Salty Simon versus Alan ZQ for this round 2. Alan has made it past his first opponent, which is Vladestiny, which is quite the name. And looking at here the matchups, we see Salty Simon is taking down Kurashi, so the ex-Masters Europe champion with Germany, taken down. We see Owi advancing, which is expected. Barbaros, the player that I talked about, bringing Nightfall, has also advanced.
Ooh, Fresh Lobster went down against Misadventures. Wow.
An early defeat. So already, we talked about it. One round in, some of the best players in this region are going to be taken down. And Misadventures is a great competitor as well. He's someone that has made it to he's gotten 7-2 in every single open round since the change to 9 rounds. So he's a very consistent player, a top player for Italy, a world champion in 2 different board games, which I think is translation to card games as well. And not too surprising to see Lobster go down to Misadventures out of all players. You know, he's a very strong competitor.
He's also avenging his comrade in Broken Ball with his Pantheon draws right there by keeping the Italy dream alive. I want to go back to that Alan though. Like I'm sorry, Vlad. Like I'm sorry, but I was rooting against you. Like I really wanted. We were talking about potential matchups in the second round, and we're like, yeah, if Alan wins. And either Salty Simon or Karachi, like both players were really interesting. That would make for an excellent round 2 matchup, and we got that, ladies and gentlemen. It's Alan Z versus Salty Simon, a match for the ages, and that will be the series we're going to be covering, in case you're wondering.
And this is a curious case because Alan Z, we talked about it, first seasonal qualification. Salty Simon, it's only his second. The last seasonal was his first, and I was extremely surprised to find out about that because he's a player that's been, at least in community tournaments and fight night tournaments, he's been doing so well. He's one of the, obviously, I think the strongest Swedish player, and Sweden has a lot of great players like Aaron as well. And I was so surprised to find out that was his first seasonal. He ended up just losing first round, I think, or losing second round, so it wasn't a great showing. But this is also his chance, like Alan, to finally prove that he can do it in a top cut as well and make it far. So unfortunately, they both have to face off in this round 2, and only one of them is making it through. One of them is being eliminated, but
I like it.
I guarantee it's going to be a fantastic
high
match
stakes
between 2. This could be a final in terms of the strength of these players and what they've proven. Maybe not in seasonals, but overall in Runeterra, this could easily be a final. The skill for both of these players is very, very high.
Yeah, hopefully we see a little bit of that sodium from Salty Simon, as it's going to be an action-packed game for sure. I cannot wait to see the reigning world champion at it, and I believe this is the first seasonal he's actually qualified to, correct? So it's he's been on a tear lately, Alan, and he's also been like playing like several games at an extremely high level. Like he's been playing Legend of Runeterra and Teamfight Tactics, both of them he's excelling, and he's just one of those players that it seems like he's just getting better and better. And I think the World Championship was arguably the beginning of Alan's reign, and I'm expecting big things from him in this matchup. You know, no pressure at all. So we're gonna be looking at the matchups and you know what their lineups look like.
We'll go to a very short break. We have another video for you guys. We'll come back in time, once again aligned with the tournament timer coming into round 2. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with round 2. Alan ZQ versus Simon. You don't want to miss it.
Where do legends come from? Runeterra. Anywhere you look, you can find its champions fighting in the sand, in the mountains, in the ice. But what if these legends could fight for their regions, standing for their whole countries? This is LoR Masters Europe.
Masters Europe is a celebration of a lot of different things. It's a 3-week competition, sometimes 4-week competition with a lot of games, a lot of sample size to really prove who's the best. It's undeniable that this is some of the best competitive Runeterra that you can possibly see.
LoR Masters Europe started as an innovative competition because we wanted to know how will a competition works between teams, and what if that teams were nations, were countries.
What can we do? Can you ban champions in Legends of Runeterra? And I said, no, we can't. After a brief pause, I said, maybe we can. Maybe we should focus on that. Maybe we should focus increasing the decision making.
It's nice to see different regions and how they celebrate their winnings. I think it's really exciting to see the competitiveness.
We've seen so many players that have grown with the competition as well, where they were unknown before the competition started, because it's sometimes hard, even if you're very good, to have a chance to prove that.
GG! This was a very, very intense game.
And so these new Legends journeys started, rising above every obstacle.
This is gonna be really tight, man.
Overcoming every setback, learning along the way.
2-0 Portugal over Poland.
Wow. What's unique and special about LoR is I just feel like the players they all know each other. It's like being with friends, basically.
Okay.
Welcome to the Legends of Runeterra Masters Europe, aka the Chronicles of Targon, aka a tournament.
Terror is my domain.
It seems like Nocturne is going to go down, and it seems like Portugal has a very straightforward mission here. It's over. I think we're going to see a pass here. And Portugal takes it! Portugal, they fall!
It definitely impacted my life very positively.
And we could witness how the apprentice defeated the master.
I had to beat him to get here. It's kind of
bittersweet.
Yeah, so thanks, Annie.
He's been a pleasure to watch. Like Annie with the dog, it was hard not to root for him.
The money really helped me pay for university because I was struggling a lot. Was really good for me, for sure.
I think the dog there agrees.
And that is it. Finland goes to the finals.
And then the second edition arrived, Chronicles of Shurima, which led to a grand final between Finland and Turkey.
That's it. Turkey with the 3-0 in the grand finals, the new champions.
The thing I enjoyed most about it was definitely the interviews with Panda. These two guys I've been following for years are interviewing me as the champion of the tournament.
I'm just gonna go out right now, right after we finish this interview, at a luxury restaurant with a friend, and we're just gonna eat, like, I don't know, get a...
Yeah, no words for that, really. That was the most special moment for me.
The last LoR Masters, Chronicles of Vanderwood, was so smooth. Everything went so well.
Couldn't ask for more.
This game is done. Germany with a dominant. And that's
They got it.
knockout.
3 hits.
Germany takes it. Spain with a 3-0 dominant victory over Morocco again. Going to the finals. Viva España. Now we have a situation in which the two favorites make it all the way to the finals. And the caster blessing, man. What can I say?
Tide color. I will drive back the darkness.
Nami boosts 2 other units as well. Big props to Germany.
I felt mostly relieved when we won, I would say. It was a way for me to prove that I can actually do well in tournaments in this game as well.
New legends arose. Countries proved themselves as they became champions, celebrating the competition and the community.
The community is really nice. Everyone tries to help each other.
Just talk about different deck ideas.
The fact that everyone has a shot is, I think, great. You don't have to be known, you just have to be good.
Super grateful to everyone involved, really.
From designers, broadcast, referees, communication.
It influences the teams, the team members. You were great, and thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Gracias.
Y obrigado.
Danke.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
All right, we're back, folks. Here we go. Round 2 of the Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament. It is Alan Z, the reigning world champion, taking on the most salty of players in Salty Simon. We see there Alan with a peak elo of 1. Favorite champion is Karma. Not surprised. Alan has always been one that has gravitated towards late game control decks. And we're going to be taking a look at his lineup soon, as he did manage to place in this tournament as the number 10 seed. Here we go. The standard lineup that is to be expected from many players today. We got the Ari Kennen with a one-off of Tasty Faithfolk, which is really interesting. And then Darkness and Lee Sin Zoe.
Yeah, this is a lineup that, especially control players that tend to favor control. This is I think the default lineup we're going to cater to, in this tournament today. Just how the meta has worked in this direction. It's going to be obviously Lee Sin, going to be Darkness, and going to be Ari Kennen in many cases. But we're going to check out. Is there anything you want to mention about these decks that might, catch you off guard, or you might see as a bit a card that you definitely want to look out for? I think Ruination is definitely one of them. In Darkness, of course, open deck list, so players know it's there, but. Even the fact
also a one-off of Glimpse Beyond is really interesting. I really like it because there's a lot of scenarios, and generally when you play Conchologies, you go for Glimpse Beyond a lot of the times. There's a lot of good synergy in the deck with it, especially considering it helps you level up Senna, and it's a nice resource for card draw, considering there's a lot of little dudes that you can sacrifice. We're gonna take a look at Salty Simon's lineup though. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the Salty man himself. Salty Simon placing number 7 in the seed for this tournament. Representing your second nationality in
my first nationality. I've always been Swedish.
Whatever.
I never lived in Spain. I don't even know where's Spain on the map. I don't know this country at all.
Wow.
And we're
I have no words
now. And this lineup is very different. We're going to see, of course, Ari Kennen, as we mentioned, going to be in pretty much every lineup today for the most part. We're going to see Bandletree, which is what Broken Ball also brought with the mini morphs to counter Lee Sin to have that good matchup. And then we see a list that is pretty recent and definitely a product of this current meta the last month or so. Rico Rex made this version of Akshan Sivir that also includes Darius, a long forgotten card in the Noxus region, and with a much more aggressive twist, as we're seeing here. A very, very strong Saboteur. We have a rear guard, we have a lot of one drops, we have Might, we have Whirling Death, and we have just overall a very aggressive slant.
Reckless Trifarians, a deck that, prepare for this next level analysis, right? A deck that really likes to attack, all right? So that's what we can expect from Salty Simon's Akshan Sivir with Noxus there, with that Darius splash. And here we see the three decks matching up. I think it's very easy to expect an Ari Kennen mirror ban right here. And then the matchups are pretty, this is interesting because Alan has a pretty strong lineup, right? A lineup that can essentially take on most things. But Salty Simon's lineup, I feel, matches up well against his with that Bandletree deck that is countering Lee Sin. And then the we have some matchup data right here. Akshan Sivir can do pretty decently against the other two lists. So definitely expecting a mirror ban here, though.
It is important to note that a lot of the times,
here we go,
have different stats from ladder comparing to tournament. Tech cards,
Whoa!
Player skill as well. And we're seeing here right away, it's going to be Ari Kennen has been let through. Salty Simon is on Ari Kennen right now, and he's playing up against Alan ZQ's Darkness.
Very interesting. I wonder what did he actually ban the Akshan Sivir list? Or it's possible.
We don't know yet. We're going to find out once the visual comes up in a few seconds or maybe a minute or two. Ideally, we'll see exactly what the bans went through. But Ari Kennen has been let through, it looks like, on Salty Simon's side.
Oh, this is going to be a clean clear, though. Using the recall onto Kennen, dropping Kennen again, and double Mark of the Storm. Going to clear up this Twisted Catalyzer and deny the progression for the empowerment of Darkness. Very good start for Salty Simon. And we're going to see just why this deck is so feared. And there we see, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually the Bandletree deck that got banned.
So again, trying to think about Lee Sin, not having to succumb to mini morph so easily. Bandletree deck does get banned there, and we saw the Catalyzer going down here. I think this is the expected, result. Catalyzer comes on the board, and immediately resources are put in to try and take it down as quickly as possible before it snowballs out of control. What we saw in the matchup between Ali Caesar and Broken Ball is not the norm. You don't normally see a Catalyzer attacking 3 times, but in this case, it does get sniped immediately by the Mark of the Storm.
Now, will Salty Simon develop the Kinku Wayfinder immediately here with no Nobify backup? No, he's going to pass back. I like this pass a lot as he's going to be developing it now. He could lead off with a Kennen and then drop the Kinku Wayfinder. That way, enabling
the double mark,
certain things. Yeah, but in this case, by doing this, he actually can go hard and go for Kennen and Signature Spell as well. So keeping his options more open. I like this approach. Kinku Wayfinder, a big power play for this deck, and the reason why all variants, I say all variants, they're all almost exactly the same, except for a little splash here of either Go Hard, Absolver, or even Rally. Down goes the Vile Feast, and Simon is not going to interact with that, considering he has 2 more Kennens in hand.
Has the Nobify available. It's going to be a very important card to have against Darkness because there are so many cheap spells that you might want to, stop at some point in time. Also has a Sign in Thousand Tail. This is a card that in a matchup that is going to, go into the long term, it's going to be a long kind of value-driven game. You're not really winning by tempo in this case with Ari Kennen versus Darkness. You need to have, the amount of card draw that Sign in gives you and the chance to maybe even replay Sign in multiple times to find pretty much every single card in your deck, including multiple copies of Go Hard.
And here we see the Nopify. I really like this Nopify a lot. Denies the card draw as well. Working for that level up for Kennen and also getting rid of the Dark Bolt Acolyte in the process. Wide open for another ping, but Alan is out. As he's going to be able to preserve this Kennen on board. And like you mentioned, we're going to see very likely Sign and go down here, especially in a reactive matchup like this one. You want to drown them in value, and that's what people think that, especially because a lot of them are used to running into the Absolver version on ladder, but something that we haven't pointed out is how essentially all pretty much all variants of Ari Kennen that we're seeing are the go hard version. This version is designed to play the long game. It's actually, it kind of like plays out as a controlled deck. The Ari win condition is like, it's like, hey, if it happens, it happens, but we're not gonna invest too much into it. We're gonna be drawing cards, and it's easy to classify like the best card in this deck is actually Seinen. Seinen is the true force behind this deck. And important to note here, the reading combination is slightly wrong there for Simon. It is going to be the go hard version. It is going to be with Shadow Isles. We're seeing the go hard there in hand, so the regions aren't necessarily reflected. Yeah. But as we see here, massive attack. We do have the Withering Whale. We don't have a way to stop this. There is no deny in hand for Simon here. But there is double twin disciplines. And we're seeing the order right there. We're seeing Simon is trying to resurrect or reuse that sign, and he's gonna go for a mini morph onto Ari. That's gonna take a big hit though. That is big, true, yeah. Big hit. Very big hit. You can play the Withering Whale here. Only 4 mana left now for Alan. So this is the thing with Ari Kennen. It does so many things so well. You can play a tempo-based game with Wayfinder where you just flood the board and go wide very quickly, and you can have kind of an aggressive slant against some decks. But then you also have this, normally aggressive decks, they play out all their cards very quickly, and they run out of resources, and they kind of peter out as the game goes on. But Ari Kennen, that's not the case. You have so many ways to cycle and to find value through Sign-In, through Dancing Droplet. Discipline of Fortitude onto the Kinku Wayfinder, pushing more damage, getting him down to 2 health, which would represent lethal, with Kennen's signature spell, which is waiting, looming there in his hand. I really like this approach by Simon. For a Pokestick or a Stress Defense to stop some damage, especially the Stress Defense possibly on the Kinku Wayfinder. There is a twin available as well for Simon. Pokestick comes in, you can save it, save the cannon here with the Twin Disciplines, and pretty much guaranteed doesn't get killed, obviously giving it 4 health. I think that's the play to make, because it puts him at range. Yep, he's gonna go for the Discipline of Fortitude, and now gonna put Alan down to 2 health. All of a sudden, Simon is the aggressor, and he's got a lot of momentum going, and Alan just keeps drawing really expensive cards. Like into another him down and provide lifesteal, but the moment it does, you're locked out of Withering Whale probably, and that means that you're not going to be able to. You don't have enough mana. There's only 10 mana available, so we'll see what the play is going to be here for Alan. He has to keep in mind that Lightning Rush is a possibility for burn. It's not something you think about directly when you're playing against Ari Kennen, because it's kind of this, tertiary way of ending the game, but it can come down here. Senna is the better option. You're keeping mana up for the life gain from Withering Whale. Yeah, but even if you have Withering Whale open, how do you stop this open attack? It's too wide, it's too strong, and down goes the Homecoming. That's going to enable Simon to just cycle through his deck again. There's no answer for this. For 5 mana left, you can get that draw and just completely overwhelm Alan. There is just no way out of this. His hand is too expensive. Simon's and there's nothing Alan can do. There's nothing he can do. He can't play any other card this round to try. And again, when you're very far behind, you have to use your mana effectively to try and get back into the game. But in this case, he's locked out because he knows he's at the mercy of a Lightning Rush if he does anything other than heal with Withering Whale. He's going to have to do it here once the attack comes in. Not going to kill everything, though. And still you'll be able to answer with Lightning Rush in response. That being said, there is a second whale drawn. Second whale, but this sign-in still represents too much, I think. It's too powerful. Like, the card draw is just nuts, and the value as well. The stats is just all of a sudden Withering Whale is not enough. He has to double up on them, and he has to worry if he takes that route. Like, a deny is all Simon needs to seal the deal. He's just too low on health. There's just no halting this. It's too much momentum. And this is why most players are going to want to ban Ari Kennen. Surrender comes in. Alan loses game 1 of this series. This might be his plan. Maybe he's targeting the second deck that Simon has and is able to maybe win 2 games against the Auction Server Darius list that is remaining here for Salty Simon. How this format works, you have to win with both of your decks that are not banned. So now Simon has no other choice than to play this deck twice in the next 2 games. Can Alan get a reverse sweep with Lee Sin and with Darkness? We're going to find out very soon, but it's scary. It's a good example of why Ari Kennen, you can't really not ban it. It's just a deck that even in bad matchups, it has outs. It's so crazy and so consistent that even in bad matchups, there are ways for the deck to win. It's definitely scary for Alan, though. This Action Silver Darius list has a 63.5% win rate over Senna Vagar. So I would be shocked to see Darkness here from Alan, and instead, he's going with Lee Sin, which has better odds, but still, they're not that great. Like, the aggression this deck can lead it to is just a bit too much. Even though we do see the Wounded White Flame, there is no
Eye of the Dragon.
Eye of the Dragon, which is absolutely essential. Absolutely essential.
No big start here, and we have combat tricks available now. You have the board set up, and now you have the mana on turn 3 and on turn 4 to have the Whirling Death, to have the Might come in and be effective against the Wounded White Flame as well. The Auction on turn 2 is always good news as well.
Yep. Big attack. That's 1/4 of his health gone by turn 2. And down goes the Wounded White Flame.
A card that I haven't seen drawn into a hand for quite a bit. Captain tournaments.
I don't miss it.
Thrown into the garbage, but here it is once again. The very familiar face, of course, for many of the players that were playing a lot during the Auction Silver dominance.
We go for a pass here. Self-disarmament. Okay, we're gonna go on to turn 4. Gonna develop these Legion Saboteurs. Missing out on a little bit of damage outside of that, but he does have Whirling Death, even though it's not very relevant here because that whatever that dragon trades into, it's gonna win.
And this is why you're not going to block at all. This is the typical, go wide strategy. Your opponent attacks. You obviously don't want to give him a 2-for-1 trade by blocking with a unit that's going to die. Instead, trying to go as wide as possible. The Concussive Palm here being used to stop the Auction attack, but still
very effective.
I think the way this deck works, you're always going to want to attack. And right away, the Might's being played. There's no mana to stop this, so damage guaranteed here. 2 pings, putting the Nexus HP down to 13. 2 attack from the Saboteur as well, connecting for 11. And 4 more damage going through with the Overwhelm.
Okay, look at that math. Look at that math from your boy. All right. Not bad.
I did do it pretty slowly, Mogwai. I don't know what you think of me, but I can add numbers of damage, This is EU.
Hey, if you don't want the credit, they'll take it. That was... Maybe my math needs some work. Here we go. A challenging onto the action, preventing the level up and the Warlord's Horde being hoarded. As we are going to see Ruin Runner go down, but that unit is a bit too thick for the Overwhelm here.
That being said, Spell Shield and Whirling Death are a pretty scary combination of things when you're attacking for lethal here.
Yeah, that's a super good point. Like, especially considering we see a Hush there for Alan, but that's it.
Mana for everything here. There's no way to take out the spell shield, like you mentioned. There's only going to be the Hush here. You might have to, try and you don't have Deep Meditation activated even, so a Guiding Touch might have to do it. You are going to be able to heal Guiding Touch.
And also, you get, look at that Palace. You also get another Sandstone Charger here as well.
This is going to be really scary. Lee Sin comes down, only 4 mana up for Alan to defend this. His tournament life is on the line. This is game 2 of the series. Match point for Salty Simon. If he's able to win this matchup with this extremely aggressive start, Alan will be knocked out of the tournament in round 2.
Oh man, if that Valen plays that, it's over. Yeah, he's not even gonna go for the Whirling Death plan. He's just going wide as one can go. Gonna go for that Shapestone preemptively to get that Sandstone Charger, and ladies and gentlemen, that's game. There's just no way. There's no way to survive.
That was less likely to be blocked there. The 4-2 Saboteur, the ping effect as well. Comes in. Alan defeated. Salty Simon advances to the next round, to the quarterfinals of the seasonal tournament. And Alan's accused tournament run is already over. We talked about it, Mogwai. There's so many great players in this tournament.
I hyped him up so much.
We all did, but this is how it's
how it goes. Like that lineup.
Is so big in the seasonal tournaments that even if you are a fantastic player, if you get the bad matchups, if you get the the lineup that's not in your favor, if you don't ban Ari Kennen, this is maybe a lesson to be learned. Some decks, I think, despite you have a plan to target it or counter it, if it's not full aggro, it is just too strong of a deck to be able to control really in a matchup like this one, especially with a player like Simon piloting it.
I think Alan just ran into a matchup that he was just like, okay, this is really awful. I'd rather face off against Ari Kennen and test this player's skill with this deck than face off against the Bandle Tree deck that will automatically win against certain lists of mine. I believe that's how he saw it, especially with the mini morph package against this Lee Sin. And we saw a very dominating performance there for Salty Simon. I think the victory was won with preparation. I think this is what happens when you bring the most common and most expected lineup, as good as it is. People can definitely capitalize on that, and Salty Simon did just that, taking down the reigning world champion in round 2 and advancing to the quarterfinals with a very interesting lineup in that big Smork Go Face Darius edition.
Shout out to Rico Rex, I believe, is the original deck creator. Of course, if the Overwhelm keyword is involved, then you probably know who is the one that was brewing with that deck. It is Rico Rex, probably one of the...
Rico Rex likes to attack.
He does, especially with Overwhelm keywords and trying to push through damage. He's tried out, I think, every single Overwhelm card in the game. He's dabbled with it at some time or another in the past year. And another great creation, another deck that competitive players respect his opinion, of course, respect his deck building and say, try it out, see if it's working. And for Salty Simon, it seems to be. He now has advanced quarterfinals. We talked about this matchup having kind of two very cool stories. Either of these players advancing would mean a lot to both of them. LNZQ making it to quarterfinals in his first seasonal, or Simon finally, putting up a good showing. Quarterfinals already a very respectable, place to be. Top 8 among the best players in EMEA is very respectable, and hopefully he can go even further. And my Swedish bias can be carried all the way to the finals.
Jeez. But yeah, that was a really quick series, though. Honestly, we're like less than 20 minutes in, so I think we're gonna be moving on to another game. That would be expected, and we got some very interesting matchups to potentially showcase it here. And we're looking at Mike Check versus Garrick. We'll be going into that shortly, as production is setting that up. And that's going to be fun. But yeah, that was definitely not the length of a matchup that I expected, considering Alan, also takes his time with his plays. But it just goes to show, man, like some preparation goes a long way. And I'm personally an advocate of not going for the main route. I think, I believe Majin Bay say this, and I agree with his take of if you're playing in the qualifiers, bringing the 3 best decks makes sense if you believe in your skills and your ability to overcome mirrors. But when it comes to the top 32 is when you really have to spice it up. And here we go. Speaking of spicing it up, 2 very standard decks here.
I think you need something to find kind of an edge. The Shanimo comes in. I think this means the surrender's coming through. Garrick coming in from France, and Mike Check, Turkish player, made it to top 8 in the last seasonal and has qualified with Turkey to the last Masters Europe. So a very good player from Turkey here. A big attack from Pantheon, and the GG comes through. Garrick wins this game 1. We're going to be moving to game 2 and hopefully checking out the deck list for these players as well to find out what this matchup looks like. Very quick. You just dip into the game, Shen mode, GG. Game 1's over.
What a match. I mean, where do I even start? Like that, wow. That Pantheon had impact, which means that if he had a Vile Feast, he could technically survive, but because of the impact, he actually lost at exact lethal. And let's talk about that early game, though. Like, that was amazing. The fact that both players that was like the most epic series I've ever seen, honestly. Fantastic.
Garrick is a player, for context, that I'm pretty sure, if I understood, the few stuff he told me correctly, he qualified to Masters for the first time last season. And this season has been a season where he's put in a lot of time practicing and trying to improve as a player. Made it through the open rounds already. Is winning in round 2 of the top cut. So definitely a player to watch out for. Coming in from France, a very cool guy. Did an interview with him. Seemed very chill and seemed to have a very open mindset in terms of improving and in terms of learning from streamers, learning from other players, and trying to also become a recognized player in this region.
Yeah. And I have nothing to add, honestly, because that was like literally 4 seconds, but fantastic. Hopefully, we're going to see more of that.
The rest of the deck list to find out what the rest of the lineup looks like. Pantheon Tarek is obviously another deck that we expect to see a lot of, either targeted to some extent, kind of players keeping in mind as a deck they have to potentially match up to very often. If they're always banning Ari Kennen, you have to think about what decks are going to be let through, and you can't really ban.
I mean, here we go again. Another Ari Kennen that just sneaks through by. Interesting. That's a nice deck to have to win with, one game with,
It's a nice failsafe having the chance to win 2 different games on Ari Kennen, we talked about. Even if you have bad matchups for this Ari Kennen deck, it can do crazy things. There's these decks that are on such a high power level, like the S+ tier, where no matter what the conditions are, you can still somehow eke out a win with this deck.
Already, you could argue, but an interesting scenario here, like, he could have passed over and see if Mike Check developed the Twisted Catalyzer, but I believe if that were the case, he wouldn't have gone for it, because we saw for any new players wondering why they didn't or Garrick didn't play the 1-drop on turn 1 is because this Darkness deck is playing Group Shot, which can meet a 1-drop on turn 1, and it's pretty much teched for this matchup amongst others, as you can essentially slow the deck down, because it would have been really nice curve-wise for Garrick to be able to play this Navari Conspirator onto the Dancing Droplet to draw through the deck, but there's no rush, and I like how we see patience being a strong virtue for these top players piloting the Ari Kennen, which is a deck that could be confused as a pretty aggressive list, when in reality it takes its time.
One thing to put into context for this series, we do have some extra information. First, this is a Shurima version of the Ari Cannon. It's not with Go Hard. Instead, it's using the Absolver as a little bit more of an aggressive slant for the deck. So it is a bit more aggro, a bit less board control-y than the SI version. In terms of the lineups for these players, Mike Check has a very interesting lineup. He has Darkness, Kindred of Elise, I imagine some kind of Sentinels package possibly, and he has Thresh, Aurelion Soul, which was the deck that was banned in his lineup going into this matchup. For Garrick, it's going to be Ken and Ari that we're seeing here. We saw the win with Pantheon Taric, and Sivir Akshan was his third deck that was banned in this series.
Down goes Veigar, uncontested, going to be pumping up that Darkness. And there is Senna to follow up as well. Several options here for Mike Check, but going to lead off an attack with the Catalyzer. I like this quite a bit, passing over initiative and seeing if Garrick will deplete his resources a little bit. Because playing on curve against Ari Kennen, not ideal a lot of times, considering most of their plays are essentially cheaper than yours, right? Like, they're able to set up a lot of value through just 1 mana recalls. I love how that card has been a part of the card pool for like forever, and just now people are starting to complain about it, when in reality it's been a thing for a very long time. I guess you just needed a one drop with a really strong summon effect for it to really shine, huh?
It's one of the few cards that is literally, it does what it's called. It's called recall, and it recalls. That's it. I think that's like, someone was a bit too lazy to get too deep in it. Like, all right, just call it recall. Just don't
the
confuse the
shade, though. Okay, I agree though.
Darkness coming through here. As you mentioned, I think the attack and the idea of, we mentioned it before in the first round that we were casting, with control matchups and matchups that are trying to kind of have all these different combat tricks and all these different things that you can put on the stack. Being proactive is always a bad thing. And by starting an attack, you can be proactive without dipping into resources. And that's also going to be always an important thing about priority passing and doing everything else. Seeing the matchup here, very close here between Ariken and Senna Veigar. That being said, this is from ladder stats. And of course, tournaments and players that are piloting the decks might definitely skew these win rates one way or another.
For sure. Garrick debating whether to go for that recall or not, but considering he has a full set of it in hand, I think he can definitely spare one to keep this Feyblade Twirler online, considering how threatening of a win condition it can be, especially considering he's playing the Absolver version, right? Giving Feyblade Twirler Overwhelm can truly be overwhelming for the opponent.
Wow, so, you're really setting the bar high for the punch here.
I don't know how to do it.
I can't screw it up now. This is too low of a bar for me to not do something better than that one. But the attack coming through here with the Feyblade Twirler, a very interesting actually is a version of Ari Kennen that some players might be running today. That's running Noxus, and it has Mites and Shun Pose. We saw Aaron playing it yesterday in Fight Night and winning the tournament with it. So it's actually a list that we might see today. Not going to be the case here, of course, but it's a similar idea. With Absolver, you give Overwhelm to the Blade Twirler when it has a lot of attack, and you're able to get some key wins like that.
Gonna set up a block with the Stilted Robe Maker onto the Feyblade Twirler, demanding Jarek do something here, which it's interesting that he let off with this sort of attack because it forces him to recall proactively, and that's the last thing you want to do in this deck. It's just odd. Like that Feyblade Twirler attack was very odd.
Yeah, because you're going to have, obviously we're seeing in hand, group shot, pokey stick. There's not the idea of just, defeating one spell by being able to recall and then homecoming. There's 2 spells here to defeat, and Darkness is a deck that is known for having a ton of pings. We're seeing here Absolver being put forward here. Still not enough attack, though.
Yeah, that's just, I think that was a misplay. That was definitely a misplay here from Garrick, I think.
When we talk about it, he's a player that is just now becoming a competitive entity in this region. He's a player that maybe in a big tournament like this one might suffer more from nerves, might suffer more from pressure. He's not a seasoned competitor like Jack is. Definitely. I mean, this is your first big top cut, your first big tournament in Runeterra. When you're just getting into the game, getting into the competitive side of it, you might have the skill and you might have the piloting, but nerves come into play, pressure comes into play, and it's a whole different ball game. Whereas Mike Check, he made it to top 8 last seasonal. He's made it to so many different seasons before, and he's even made it with the Turkish team to Masters Europe. So definitely a lot more experience to the player.
We may see a group shot here from Mike Check to try to counteract this, as he does have 4 units on the board, and there's no pings that he has to worry about in this matchup at fast speed. But that will be met with potentially a recall. But it does essentially stop that. Oh, but it just lets it go through. I mean, it's
not super relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, because you definitely, I understand wanting to go for the darkness here. You want to promote that Veigar level up at the end of the day. And I do like this recall again. Yeah, it prevents a little bit of damage, and it's pretty important. That's a huge hit, though. 6 damage, darkness.
Up. Veigar is still obviously on the field, continuing to stack, soon to level up probably as well. And what Gary can do here, of course, is not a version with go hard. There's no drain effects. There's no lifesteal whatsoever. It's more of an aggressive version, but he's down to 8 HP already and maybe losing this race. And there's the lifesteal as well from the Ixtali.
This is looking pretty neat right now for Mike Check. Could develop Senna here, but it does leave him quite low, considering, I mean, there's a big density in hand, but he can see 2 cards in his hand, right? Like, there's 4 cards that are unknown to him, which may compel him to keep Senna for later, but having that darkness available at fast speed, I think it's too valuable. But then again, just double catalyzer and then dropping the Dark Orb Acolyte also seems pretty decent, because it does open up the group shot as well, which is very relevant.
It makes it so that if Garrick wants to stop the darkness, you know, getting higher with these 2 catalyzers, he has to maybe play a homecoming, and then he opens it up to being punished by the group shot, by the Pokestick, while there is still 3 mana available for
that's a very
Mike
good point.
So Mike Check is trying to end the game here. He's trying to buff this darkness up, so it's going to be a 1-hit kill on the Nexus now.
This group shot representing a lot. I was not a believer in this card at first in Darkness, but I was definitely proven wrong. It does a lot, especially considering like how deceptive this deck is in regards to its ability to spread out. You know, it has good 2-drops. Like Dark Bulb Acolyte, the Augment. I really like the Augment on this card. I think it's a very, very good design choice by Riot. Like it makes the card, you know, menacing. Like it's not just a 2-drop, you know, darkness generator. Like it actually represents a lot of damage if you do not, you know, respond to it, because it naturally synergizes with your game plan, and it makes good use of a keyword that hasn't really shined as much as others in this game. As we're going to see the darkness go down onto the Feyblade Twirler again. This Feyblade Twirler just dodging the dark side again and again and again. Will she do so for a 3rd time? That will be the last recall for Garrick. And it feels bad having to use these recalls on a unit that doesn't draw you a card when being recalled. So we'll see. This will represent the level up for Veigar, and that's already that. I don't know if he can afford that. But the fact that he targeted that unit, though, is really interesting, because we were talking about the group shot to counter a recall effect, right? But group shot does not counter a homecoming onto Faye. So that's a very good play here by Gary, going for the homecoming on the Feyblade Twirler instead of anything else, respecting the group shot and its authority.
And Mike Check not going to end the game just yet. I think there maybe was we have caster vision, so we can see there's no deny, there's no, you know, there's certain things that are not in hand and not available for Garrick here. But this route ends up now allowing some some damage to come through off just the wide swing here. The lifesteal as well with the Ixtali. The chance for a group shot, if you're extra greedy, to try and go for even wider swing, that could be punished by the recall. But now can be the case here for Mike Check. I think it is the correct play to not risk it too much.
Gonna set up some blocks here. Gonna take 3 damage, and this lifesteal is what's truly relevant. I think we're gonna see a recall to try to prevent the lifesteal. We could see a recall onto the. Definitely would be shocked to not see him block into this, because then he's dead to Pokestick, and I don't think you want to be dead to Pokestick ever.
And he has the ghost block as well available.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the recall, and he's gonna get countered by the group shot. This group shot is gonna be glorious, but it does prevent the life gain, which does give Garrick a bit of a chance. Unfortunately, his hand just does not look like it. He's preventing the card draw as well, severely limiting his options.
The 2 buffs on the darkness from both catalyzers, one of them dying, but still this board is looking menacing, and any amount of darkness being generated now. Plum and Dark Bow Acolyte, for example, can become a problem once Veigar's on the board.
We could see Senna being played instead of Veigar this round. You don't really need to pump the darkness anymore. Like you already killed him at this range, so Senna would make sense, because
even just nothing at all. I think just allowing for seeing what's developed from Gary, letting him use up his mana a bit more, and playing just very slow here, making sure you're not going to find any kind of surprise lethal from Ari.
There's no rush, especially considering next round when you carry over the spell mana, you can play Veigar alongside Dark Bow Acolyte. You can level up Veigar, and then you can go for the kill. Like there's just, but having Senna, like finding a way to have Senna on the board here would be really neat. And I think now that you see Ari, I think there is an argument, considering there's 1 card left, right? The other 2 are already seen. You drop Senna here. You drop Senna as like, hey, you want to attack with Ahri? I'm going to target it with Darkness. And you may have something, you could have a deny, for example. But if you do, you don't have lethal. Like, because there's only one card left in Garrick's hand, Senna is a very safe play here, exactly. It's extremely safe. Because now there's nothing to worry about. It feels so good to see this deck. Like the fact that Garrick has been forced to use these recalls on the Feyblade Twirlers, wanting to preserve them, and missing out on the card draw has led to him just running out of gas. No sign-in as well.
Yep.
He's out of steam, and this Darkness just pretty much, it's kind of checkmate, really.
Tournament timer also might be a checkmate if Garrick's not careful. We are still, of course, in game 2, so there is still 20 minutes in the general timer, but Garrick is behind in terms of the comparison with Mike Check's time. And if we get to a point where game 3 lasts longer than 20 minutes here, that might become a problem in terms of him having a tournament loss off the timer. He has to keep track of this. This is something that after Lobster and Sorry losing the timer, players have to be aware of, and they have to think about going into a 3-game series.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see Darkness go down, then followed up by Vhagar. And when Senna is on the board, the game plan becomes so much more threatening because you're able to just react with these Darknesses instead of having to be proactive with them. We're going to see that Homecoming right there.
But that's it. That's the last thing that he's doing. He's not drawing with this. He has 2 Blade Twirls. He has a Twin Discipline. It doesn't change anything in terms of interacting with most of the spells here for Mike Check. And Mike Check still has 10 mana to work with. So I have to imagine that this is game over.
Yeah, like we mentioned prior, the Dark Bulb Acolyte into Vhagar for the win. Because there's just one card there that is left, and if it's another recall, then fine. You just play Senna the next round. Like it's okay. So what if it was a recall? What if it was a recall effect? If it was a recall effect, all of a sudden if it's a recall effect, you can pokey stick the elusive.
Even just going wide here, trying to control the board with the Darknesses, and then just going wide. We're seeing it here. I mean, only 4 mana left now, so it's less and less resources available for Garrick.
Yeah, there's no reason to rush it. When you're in control, having Senna on the board, I feel is definitely more important.
And it's the case of, Garrick, you're bleeding him out of all his options to find ways out. If you're able to kill a Dancing Droplet this turn by forcing a block, for example, there's less and less chances with so little cards in hand that Garrick finds a way to get back into the value-based game that Ahri Kennen excels at in the long term. And Darkness, this is its natural habitat. It's trying to always slowly choke out their opponent, slowly get that more and more of an advantage.
The tender chokehold again. I was gonna say it's a new year.
Wayfinder top deck is a way to get a little bit more going here for Garrick, but is it going to be enough? 2
spoilers.
HP on the Nexus. Darkness is ready. Pokestick's ready.
I want to see a Pokestick lethal. Honestly,
there are 2 Pokesticks in hand. There is no deny or Notify available for Garrick, and that one of the cards is Ahri as well. So there's only one mystery card in hand, which is the Twin Disciplines.
Oh, come on, Mike Check. Pokestick. He missed out on some swag points, but more importantly, he gets the win.
Game 2 goes to Mike Check, and that's going to be a game 3 being forced here in this series. And that will be Mike Check now having to play on his Sentinels, I assume.
Oh, I'm ready.
Is the control version of Vi, Elise, Kindred.
That's a Thresher, really? Soul that got banned? Wait, Nani? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And Ahri Kennen, the last remaining deck here for Garrick.
I love this. I love this deck, by the way. I'm really excited for this one because this is going to be a very intriguing matchup. Kindred can put in a lot of work in this matchup if left unchecked. Obviously, there are resources like Homecoming that can delay it a little bit, but if not found, you need to try to bring it down with Mark of the Storm. Otherwise, Kindred can start just feeding off on the board and can really win the long game for Mike Check. And we see Elise and Vi, just 2 good value champions to support what is naturally a reactive archetype that is going to be using PNZ to support through pings. And we're going to see the Sentinels as well to add a little bit of damage. I'm a big fan of this strategy in general. Spirit Leech is an interesting addition that I wouldn't necessarily expect, which indicates that there is at least some less breath or some sort of death fodder synergy.
Maybe,
something like that.
And try and trade for card advantage. So in theory, this is a matchup that, of course, we talked about, Shadow Isles having, and PNZ, the combination of these two regions having so many ping effects that can perfectly take down the very cheap go wide strategy of Kennen, of Ahri, of Dancing Droplets. So in theory, this is a matchup that should be favored for MikeCheck. Looking at ladder stats, slightly favored here for the control variant of Kindred Elise Vi.
Burgundy Sentinel. It used to be called the Massian Sentinel, which was a little bit confusing because it was a Shadow Isles card. That got reverted, and we're going to see a back-to-back Burgundy Sentinel potential, but we may not see her being played this round because he may want to keep the mana open for Mystic Shot. As now that he sees that, he can definitely drop her, yeah.
Might be wondering, this is going to be a deck for MikeCheck that has Ledros as a top end, as kind of the alternate condition outside of just, controlling the board and winning through that control. Has one copy of Ruination as well, and has one copy of Atrocity. Key cards to keep in mind for the viewers at home and also for Garrick, if cards he has to play around as we get later into the game.
Fearsome, the movie, right here for MikeCheck. 3 fearsome units. These Burgundy Sentinels really threatening, but a player of the caliber of MikeCheck will not jump the gun with his Mystic Shot or his Thermogenic Beam. He's going to wait and be reactive, especially with the Mystic Shot. Going to keep that mana open to ensure that he is able to deny a recall attempt that is going to eventually need to happen for Garrick in order to get value out of these Feyblade Twirlers that he's investing in right now.
And of course, the moment a Dancing Droplet or a Kennen comes down to the board, the guns will start firing and trying to get the kill with the spell to get the buffs onto the Sentinels.
Yeah, but like I mentioned, I do believe that until he draws more removal, okay, he goes for it to be. I mean, this is a safe target to hit
because there's no recall.
Because exactly. Mm-hmm. Same situation as before. Same situation that we were mentioning before. Him forcing the recalls on these Feyblade Twirlers and denying Garrick the value, denying Garrick the card draw. I like this.
And we'll see, once these Sentinels do activate, all of a sudden, the damage coming through, and the Fearsome especially, we talk about spiders being brought in the open rounds because the Fearsome is just so hard to deal with if you're playing Ahri Kennen. In this case, a similar slant. Sentinels has always been a deck that kind of reminds me, to some extent, like Swain TF back in the day. It's a deck that has a chance to be very aggressive and push through a lot of damage if you're not careful in the early and mid game, or can adopt a more controlly playstyle and play off of Kindred and Vi and the late game with Ledros.
We're going to see what that late game is comprised of relatively shortly. I mean, we can, take a look at the deck list.
Has one Ruination, has 2 Ledros, and has the Atrocity that has just been drawn here. Obviously, no target just yet, with a very puny board here.
Another attack here. Missing on the buffs from the Burgundy Sentinel, but considering the matchup, it's just not something that you can force. And Garrick is taking that into account by not, giving him too much fodder initially and making sure that he stays up on mana, especially considering he has to know. The problem is he after he played that recall, he has no more disruption aside from the deny, which is pretty expensive to use on something like a Mystic Shot. So it is a bit of a precarious position to be in, and he doesn't even want to dictate any blocks with the buffed up Feyblade Twirler. Goes down to 10 health.
And remember, this is the Ahri Kennen version that does not have any kind of life gain. It doesn't have go hard, doesn't have any drain effects with Shadow Isles. And this HP total going down and down. Once Ledros comes down, if it comes down, even with just burn. I mean, we have cards that are usually meant to be.
It's permanent.
They're meant to be, removal options like Mystic Shot. But all of a sudden, if you're low enough on HP, all those spells are going to be targeting your Nexus instead, and it might be GG.
Garrick going for a little bit of card draw here, trying to find some more spells in general here. But he just keeps drawing into units. There is a Twin Disciplines, pretty relevant, as MikeCheck is drawing into more expensive removal. Both of these hands are very polarized. There's a recall. That's the kind of cards that he needs to see.
We have the Shadow Testing coming down as well. Still missing the Ahri, for example. Still missing the Wayfinder. So key cards missing for both players, I think. Especially the Vengeance draw. Double Vengeance for MikeCheck. Against this deck, not really the most relevant. You have Deny, of course, and you're also hitting very small units. So it's usually not a very good mana trade.
Now, I definitely expect a Spiderling to dictate a block onto the Feyblade Twirler and follow that up with a Glimpse Beyond. That's why MikeCheck is waiting onto that. He wants to make use of the blocker before he commits for the card draw. And this will trigger the Burgeoning Sentinel. Oh, okay. He's going to go for a Withering Wail instead. I mean, I like this.
This
it's
is good.
definitely
Even
not
if
bad
Deny is
timing.
played here, I think you're happy to get that one Deny already out of the RE Cannon player and make sure there's not a Deny later down the line for things like Ruination, things like, you know, Atrocity, Vengeance, the higher cost spells.
Now, I like the fact that he's not committing this Glimpse Beyond as of right now, just because he wants to keep his options open and play a little bit of mind games as well.
And Garrick is aware.
Generate another one.
Garrick is aware how important the Deny is, and he opts to just let that go through. Even if it does both the Sentinels, does take down his elusives, he still thought it was worth it to let it go through.
Yeah, Deny is extremely important in this matchup, and it's worth gold, really. We're going to see an open attack here. Mike Check respecting the Concussive Palm with his Vi, wanted to keep his mana open instead.
Wide swing, forcing blocks out of these two Blade Twirlers means that everything that Garrick was working for in the last few rounds is going to be gone if they do end up dying here. Still taking 4 damage on the sides, going down to 6 with Atrocity and Mystic Shot available is dangerous. Trying to save one of the Blade Twirlers here is showing, I think, in how much of a dire condition Garrick is right now. Glimpse Beyond comes in here on Elise.
Great glimpse here. Ooh, that box. Oh, that box.
And I was going to mention
that box is worth gold.
Only one copy of Box, I believe, in this list for Mech Check, but it is the direct counter to Wayfinder if it does come down as a top deck in the next few turns.
Yeah, he's got to time it right, but a player this good will know when to play it. You heard it here, folks. A player this good will know when to play it. 10 out of 10 narration. Go, man.
We'll see now as both players pass here, playing very passively. The anti-drawback comes down as the Ephemeral.
There it
the
is.
Wayfinder, as
There
we
it
mentioned.
is.
And the box might be a great option to take down every single unit that's brought out from that Wayfinder. But instead, it's going to be a Faithful coming out. Noticing the 6 HP on the Nexus here for Garrick, thinking that, hey, I might have to be worrying about my health now.
It dies the Mystic Shot, though. Double Mystic Shot. Looking really good for Mike Check here. Man, this is a tempting box, though.
It is, especially when you haven't seen a Wayfinder yet. You're thinking, okay, he just got unlucky, he's not going to draw it, and we're past the point where Wayfinder is really effective. You know, I
would still definitely lead off with a Mystic Shot, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think the box can be a great counter, especially considering he may be looking to recall that dancing droplet at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So once he tries to do that, he can surprise him with a Maiwamush and Daru box there, and that can be amazing for him. Down goes the first Mystic Shot for the Tasty Faithful, and we're going to see what Garrick opts to do, because like you were mentioning, he really wants that health gain.
Going to be in big trouble if this attack goes through like this. Obviously, getting close to leveling up, but not quite there just yet. And we're going to see it here now. The recall coming through. You still have Deny up, so Box isn't necessarily going to do everything. You can still go for another Mystic Shot here, but I think that's enough. You just wanted to stop the life gain. Recalling again. You're recalling the wrong units for Garrick, at least in the eyes of Mike.
Exactly. And he gets to play Vi by doing this. I love it. I love Mike Check's like patience and his sequencing and his resource management. It's just phenomenal here. But that also allows him to get that Kinko Wayfinder without having to worry about the box.
Mm-hmm.
So good, honestly, good play by both. Really good by both.
Garrick has now seen that his opponent has dipped under that 4 mana. Same with Deny thresholds. You know, when you're under 4 mana, all of a sudden a lot of plays become open. And that is the case here for the Wayfinder, making sure it's not going to be punished by a box.
That's huge. That's actually huge.
Double Mark coming in. No Glimpse Beyond here to try and get a benefit out of this unit dying. It's going to be obviously offsetting Mike Check's game plan a little bit. But all of a sudden, with this Vi coming down, Atrocity is now a possible win condition.
Yes.
The moment Atrocity gets played, even right now, it would buff up the Vi and you would get the kill here. Especially now with the Mystic Shot coming in. Trying to take down the cannon when you don't have that many resources. You don't have a homecoming. You don't have a way to recall this cannon. And that's one more cannon being taken down now. And the Sentinel's getting the buff once again.
And this is great. This is amazing because this forces Garrick to do something because he has a fearsome unit. So he can drag that. And he forces the trade with the Feyblade Twirler.
I would have liked the I guess not, because you don't want the Vi to die. You want to have the Atrocity back up. The moment Garrick goes down under 4 mana, and Atrocity's still up for Mike Check, the game is over essentially. So we'll see how things pan out here. Homecoming. You have Deny though, so Atrocity can't be a win condition here.
You could try to just react with a Vengeance.
You have 2, so I think you want to try and get.
And you have 10 mana as well, so you can Vengeance and you can Box if they try to develop that Kinko Wayfinder now. Yeah, I like this Vengeance.
And when you have 2 in hand, you want to try and find a situation where you can get some value out of Vengeance. It's a matchup that doesn't normally find that much value, but Deny coming through, and that will end up, taking the Vi back into hand. But like you mentioned, If Wayfinder comes out next turn, now we're back into that same, chicken and egg situation of Wayfinder having to come in before the box or when there isn't mana for the box.
We see the Buru Sentinel here. He does need some more blockers.
This Blade Ruler does have 13 attack.
Yeah, like it's legit. But the thing is, like, he's at a point where he's depleted resources. Honestly, like, very precise, like surgical level of gameplay for both of these players. Honestly, like, they're doing everything right. Like, I haven't
Depending
seen
on the draw here, Mogwai, there might not be an answer for Atrocity, and there's only 3 HP on the Nexus.
Yeah, but Mike Check will never commit to it until he's certain.
There's enough mana for both Box and Atrocity. That is also very important here for this round.
Yes.
There isn't enough space for Wayfinder to really find a ton of value off of, there's only space for 2 units on the board, so would be missing out on one of the units that are being summoned here. Looks like the attack will be coming through directly here. And this already, again, the action of attacking already is kind of a priority pass. And it's kind of a, saying, do you have an answer? Do you want to go first in this chain of spells? Do you want to play your Atrocity now before I am able to heal with my Tasty Faithfolk?
I see Mike Check is content with this trade, because Garrick goes up to 7 health. Very relevant. Vi has been reset effectively, and he loses his both fearsome units. So this is, I think this is a very good pass for Garrick. I think Garrick committing here to the Absolver is a mistake. Unless, like, you really want to try to take it home, but there's 4 cards in hand. He's going for it. He's gonna get punished.
Absolver comes through.
I mean,
number 1. And I mean, of course, you have to play.
If you play the first, you have to play the second.
Gives you overwhelm. That's the relevant part here. Vengeance comes through at the mercy of Deny here, but no Deny in hand.
He went for it.
The Buru trades there. The healing comes in now, but there is still going to be enough mana for Vi to come down. But Mike Check choosing not to play on that turn, coming in this turn.
Oh, it's Kindred. Here they are.
Kindred is available. Fearsome, still no Fearsome blocker now for the Sentinel on the board. Vi can come down with, or Kindred even with the box, potentially, if the Wayfinder is played now. The Wayfinder's in hand because it did get recalled, so that's one of the cards that is obviously going to be there. And Notify can't stop the box, of course. There it is.
Immediately. I mean, he could develop Vi first. There is an argument for that. The thing is that I like this a lot. I like going Vi, see if they develop more. Yeah, but Garrick is not playing into it. Oh, he's holding on to that.
Maybe knowing that, if he kills a cannon here, there's nothing on the opponent's board that's really too scary. And he's going to keep the box for kind of the next set of threats to have that kind of the plan B already in control. Because the Vi, of course, is going to be a control tool, because you're going to force a kill here, a slay effect to proc the Kindred. I think maybe it is a wise decision here to maybe keep the box for the next big threat, which might be Ahri.
Yeah, and also having that thermogenic beam in case. Yeah, I like this line. He's healthy enough to not really have to worry. Both playing very conservatively, but really.
Timer also matters here. Garrick is under his time, and there's only 2 minutes left on the timer, so has to be very careful here. The thermogenic beam comes down. Ahri is still, and once again, Mike Check is able to bleed the opponent of resources. Ahri Kennen now with no draw, with no recall effects, with King of
there's a King Coop, but there's the counter
here. And now now is the time to use this box.
I mean, I would play Buru Sentinel first.
Off the pass, gonna wait to see if anything else is done or if an attack is committed. And once it is committed, you are gonna probably use the box here. Vi leveled up yet again. The board cleared out. Only elusive that can block Fearsomes. You have Fearsome on the Sentinel. You have the Vi.
The value
for the bit. The Buru coming down as well. I think this is gonna be game over. The Slay
that level up.
The entirety of the board clear. Mike is just doing everything he needs to do, getting the full checklist in order, taking full control of the game.
Back-to-back wins against the best deck in the meta. Mike Check pulls off the reverse sweep and gets the win with Kindred against Ahri Kennen, advancing to the quarterfinals. What a series
for the second seasonal in a row. Mike Check once again makes top 8. So players are just proving he's consistent. He's doing it with a lineup that isn't the norm. We talked about trying to have an interesting lineup to give you an edge. If you're bringing, the typical lineup, you might be amazing on the decks, but all of a sudden it's going to give you going to put you even to a lot of other players in this tournament. If you're bringing something spicy, if you're getting somewhat of an edge somewhere in these matchup tables, you can all of a sudden become the champion that way and give yourself better odds of winning the whole thing. And that might be Mike Check's plan already in top 8.
You can never underestimate the surprise factor, especially in a top 32 single elimination bracket when there's just one shot, one opportunity that. Okay, sorry.
Keep going. I know where you're going.
But yeah, it's definitely the way to go. I feel like we're seeing some very clever lineups. You could say a little bit risky, but not really considering what the field ended up showing. And they're getting rewarded for their preparation. And I love seeing a deck like Sentinel Kindred just smash on Ariken and make it to the quarterfinals. I think that's very, very satisfying, and really big fan of Mike Check's lineup. I want to see that Thresh Aurelion Sol deck in action as well, and I can't wait.
And that is now going to be the end of the we're going into quarterfinals now, so only 8 players remaining after this round. I think all the matches are now over for round 2, simply because this one took quite a while.
We can show the brackets. We can show the brackets
right away. Let's find out which one of these players made it to top 8. We know Salty Simon made it, we know Mike Check made it, but who else is accompanying them in the quarterfinals of the seasonal tournament for EMEA? We're going to find out very soon. Looks like Ali Caesar and Meliador both made it in. Mike Check up against 05 WTF, the Russian player. We have Sidak versus Salty Simon, so Shucky, the great player from Belgium, has been taken down. And Owi, the only seasonal champion that is playing in this tournament today, the only player that has won a seasonal already, that knows what it feels like to win this tournament, has also made it into the top 8 against the Bulgarian player Shrewd, who did bring Thresh Nasus to the open rounds. And we'll find out maybe in the next round. I think we might be able to cast that match between Owi and him to see if he actually brought Thresh Nasus to this top cut as well. And he's already in the top 8 with it. So very, very exciting matches coming up. A lot of great players still in the running, despite big names like Lobster and Allen being taken down. But we will find out in this next round in the quarterfinals who makes it in semis, and we'll find out after a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. There will be more interviews with these players, so just get to meet them a little bit, get to find out how they are, not just as players and as card game playing machines, but also as people, which we all are. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned for the break.
Yeah, my community.
My team, LoR Esports. My teammate, Kepada. And then my other skin partners, Dragodios, The Resort, Eniema, Minasia, Sodoax, Spikes, Bitter, Cameron Hanso, Zeblebot, Dinah, Bat, Mo, Monte Cristo, Random 7, and Segu, and Turtle.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Thomas. He's been my main scrim partner during this season. And we practiced many different decks and potential decks to bring during the seasonals. And it really helped.
Yes, I would like to thank all my fans. They helped me prepare the lineup. They helped me practice. And most of you who believe in me, thank you. Both of you are great.
Yes, myself, because I didn't have a lot of time for this season, but I somehow managed to sneak in the top 32. I didn't really have time to scrim with anyone, but I did talk with Tokmik, my previous U-Master teammate, because he beat me on ladder with Lee Sin, and then he convinced me to just bring the deck to open runs.
This time I didn't really prep with anyone, so no one in the competitive scene, but I do want to give a shout out to my YouTube editor who's been on fire recently, Celestino. Thanks for all the good stuff you're doing. And yeah, that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Ultraman, because I learned a lot with him, and Derferat, Bouvaro, Tilkos, and Del, because I played a lot with them.
My girlfriend, she's really helping me by all the day, and especially while playing tournaments. I can do it, and she's doing everything in the house.
Yes, a lot of my friends that helped me with the game. There's too many of them to name every single one of them, but they know who they are, and I'm really appreciative of that. It's been fun, and I look forward to the Top Cut experience. It's going to be fun.
Prior to Legends of Runeterra, I didn't have any card game experience, so what I have learned about this game or card games in general, I learned here. I learned while I was playing with my friends and watching some streams, so I can give a shout out to my friends, I guess. And other than that, I can give a shout out to streamers that I have watched, like Ellen, BBG, Shihu, and so on.
As usual, my community that follow me and support me in what I do. Big thanks, you everyone.
Yeah, once again, I want to name people around LoR who deserve much more attention and recognition than they currently get. So I want to shout out Legna, Balco, and Dr. LoR. They are data analysts who do a lot of statistics, meta reports, basically for free. I want to shout out to Storm and Flying Fish, who are the guys who are developing LoR Master Tracker, the best deck tracker you can find. And also shout out to Santiago Pinalozza, also known as LoR Santu P92, and the guy who covers all grassroots tournaments in the entire world. So make sure to find them and follow them on Twitter, and they deserve it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we have like the Oreo team, not team email, but Scream Brew basically. We have Trixie Sorry, Broken Ball, who also made it to Top Cut, and Delton was the most active this time. Katarina is full-time studying right now. So.
Yeah, I would like to shout out the guys from the Big Flex Gamers Discord channel, and especially Random Dude, Navatix, and Kurashi for the scrim.
I'd like to give a shout out to Dryzad, who's going to be my playstyle partner for this top 32, and some of the other Danish players who are not yet going to be known, but they will come. We are a rising nation.
Yeah, my whole Discord crew, who are really supportive and like grinding with me. First and foremost, Ka, who is like my ladder partner, Patrick, who is like the guy keeping up my mental, and then like the whole gang, Bodo, Robin, and Hush, who also qualified, are really like nice dudes. I hang out in Discord regularly.
My friends, Bias, he would know this when he sees it. My family, my girlfriend, they support my content creation and my commitment to this game and its competitive form. So yeah, I would give a shout out to them, especially Bias. Yeah, Bias. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the top 8, the quarterfinals of the magical Misadventures seasonal tournament. Look at me! Not mispronouncing. There we go.
It's one sentence, Mogwai.
Bam! Oh, impressive. As we're going to feature a matchup featuring 2 players that we haven't showcased up until now, and one of them is the reigning. Well, I'm not sure if it's a reigning, but he is a
past champion.
A past. When I say fellow, I'm not a seasonal champion.
He's in the Hall of Champions.
My English. Yeah, let's go that. He's a seasonal champion in Aoi, the French player who has been at the very top of the competitive European Legends of Runeterra scene for quite some time now. Has been a part of the French Europe Masters team, I believe, every single time, and has always been up there qualifying for seasonals. He did manage to win a few seasonals back, and here he is back at it in the top 8 with a pretty fast lineup.
And a lot of very interesting, again, combination of regions going into this top 8. We have Ali Caesar from Finland. We have Melidor from Italy. We have Mike Check from Turkey. 05 WTF from Russia. Sidek, I believe, is French. So it would be that's the only region that's brought 2 times in the top 8 with OE as well. Simon from Sweden and Shrewd from Bulgaria. So a very interesting split of countries, a lot of different countries that can still win it for the first time in many cases here. But definitely the player with the most backing up his name is going to be OE, the player we're going to be watching now for this next round. He's a seasonal champion. He's a very accomplished player and content creator, even as a streamer and YouTuber, and he does so much for the French community in Runeterra.
Very cool quarterfinals all around. Ali Caesar, we saw defeating Broken Ball in the first round. That is the Italian vengeance in the makings, as his teammate Melidor faces the man who defeated his fellow countrymen, as Mike Check is the player that we covered last with that really spicy lineup with Thresh Nass's Thresh Aurelion Sol getting banned and then getting the win back-to-back against Ari Kennen, finishing it off with a very clean Kindred performance as Salty Simon defeating the reigning world champion with his, big boy Rico Rex style lineup. As Psyduck, we haven't really seen much from. We don't really know what his lineup is comprised of, so that'll be an interesting outcome. And of course, the matchup that we mentioned we're going to be covering this time around, Aoi versus Shrewd. Shrewd is the one player I believe you mentioned that was bringing Thresh Nasus for the open qualifiers, but that is not the case this time around, though, as we'll get into that later, his lineup is still super spicy, to say the least.
And looking at Shrewd here, has a pretty devilish LP total there, 666. I'm not sure if that's good luck or bad luck, depends how you look at it. But he is the number 11 seed coming in from the open rounds, and he's the only player, again, representing Bulgaria in this season. We have had a few players in the past. He's not the first one to do it. And we have had, I think, even Bulgaria qualifying to one of the Masters Europe tournaments, so among the 16 best countries in EMEA. But in this case, he is the only player that's trying to, make it far for his country here as well as for himself, of course. And then, of course, we have Aoi. Aoi, I think, doesn't need too much of an introduction. Everyone in the competitive community does know him very well. He is, like I mentioned, one of the pillars of the French players, or French community, rather, and just a very accomplished player overall.
Take a look at Shrewd's lineup right here. As we were saying, spicy is one way to put it. We got the standard darkness to start things off. Okay, things seem pretty normal. I think it's the same exact list that Alan Z was bringing, with the one-off of Glimpse Beyond, the box, and the Ruination as well. But then as we move onwards, we see Anivia making an appearance here.
Our mortal
which
enemy.
Is tell me about it.
Enemy, Anivia.
Well, I mean, this one has Commander Ladros, okay? So at least it's there to finish games a little bit quicker than usual.
It has the Nitro
I guess.
boost available.
Yeah, and then we have Zoe Diana, the Targon-based control build with a full set of Starry Scamp. These guys say Totenberg. And a bunch of Nightfall synergy there with Lenari Priestess, the Shade Stalker, the Yordle Captain, and a full set of Minimorph, because Shrewd does not like Lee Sin.
Very interesting combination for Zoe Diana. Usually you play with Shadow Isles and it has a very control-y. We had it at even before Aphelios came out, it was kind of the Aphelios waiting room while you were waiting for Aphelios to come in and make a very good control list with Targon and with Shadow Isles. But in this case, a different combination with, a very cheap units that have very good effects coming in, like Conchologist, for example. We mentioned we have Starry Scamp.
But it's important to say this is a pretty established deck. Like this has been a pretty relevant in the meta for a while. It is it seems rather standard for Moses' part. It's a very bizarre, it is definitely a very bizarre region combination and a deck that you wouldn't expect initially. But it's what Diana. It's what came out of the Diana buff in the latest balance patch, ultimately, because she got a very significant buff that allows her to enable other Nightfall effects and get her challenger keyword before leveling up consistently. Even after you play her for the first turn. And this deck with the Yordle Captain and with the Starry Scams can actually go wide really effectively. And it's a really strong mid-range list that has a really solid end game with the star shaping. It's honestly a pretty solid archetype all around, but it's definitely not something that we were expecting too much of in this top 32 because of the good decks available, right? But it seems like a pretty nice anti-meta pick.
I think it's more of an evolution of Zoe Vi than Zoe Diana.
Yeah.
And this very mid-rangey, very versatile deck list that has a lot of different options and a very good top end with Invoke. But talking about Aoi, I think, again, no introduction needed. Peak Elo, he's been a number 2 multiple times, been number 1 multiple times. He's won the seasonal. He's done everything there is to do, I think, as a competitive player in Runeterra. Other than winning the Masters Europe, he got very close. He got, second place in the very first one that Portugal won. But other than that, he's a player that's done really everything there is to do as a player, but also as a creator, as a streamer, as a YouTuber. He is definitely someone that I think everyone in EMEA knows very well. But let's check out his deck list, because as an aggro player, I love to see it. Elite Spiders coming into play, Pirates coming into play, and we also see here Ari Kennen as a third deck that can be also very aggressive. And again, we talked about it. The picker ban strategy, you have to bring Ari Kennen no matter what your strategy is. And this is a lineup that did very well in the open rounds because it's able to target Ari Kennen instead of banning it and has good win rates with both of the aggressive lists against that list. And also is a deck that Thomas, the Czech player, has won a few fight nights this month with this exact lineup. It's a meta that really favors, or at least enables aggro to do pretty well.
35 1-drops in these 3 decks combined.
I love to see it. I love playing my one.
just want to throw that out there. I was counting. 35. All right, yeah, that's something. This is go face, and then go face again.
And the problem here, is that this lineup is targeting Ari Cannon, and there is no Ari Cannon in the lineup for his opponent.
There's Anivia, which he's gonna love to see.
Control lists that have a lot of lifesteal, have a lot of ping effects like Darkness and Anivia. So this might be the end of always run. It's what we talk about always about aggro being a lineup that can do very well, but you have a lot less agency. You're much more in the hands of matchup polarization, and this might be the case for Owe, where all of a sudden he queues into the wrong player in this top 8, and this might be the end of his run because he's going to have terrible matchups all across the board. All 3 of his decks obviously will crumble to Darkness and to Anivia to some extent as well, with Ari Cannon being the only matchup that might have a bit of a chance against Anivia, and it might just be the matchup that gets banned here.
I would definitely expect Ari Cannon ban from Shrewd, and I'm anticipating an Anivia ban actually from Owe. Anivia is just like straight close to unwinnable, I think. Like, it's just the ultimate. It's the package of Freljord and Shadow Owl, just with a bunch of heals and board wipes, and I feel like Owie has a better chance against Darkness and Zoe Diana. Zoe Diana is going to be the deck that really dictates how this matchup goes, I feel, because it's a pretty solid mid-range list, but it's not like it doesn't have as much healing as the other 2 decks have. And while Star Shaping is a thing, Star Shaping is a source of healing that essentially allows you to counter Decimate pretty much. The rest of Star Scamp will definitely help out a lot, keeping up with the tempo. And drawing into Zoe will be very important to enable those early Celestials, and Diana can also do a lot of work. Like, I definitely would put that matchup in favor for Shrewd, but it's not going to be as one-sided as the others. So it's going to be really interesting. You said you're an aggro player. I am not an aggro enthusiast, so I will be personally rooting for the anti-aggro lineup right here, and we'll see how things pan out.
We'll see how the bans go through. As we talked about, I think Anivia is a deck to ban, whereas Zoe Diana is the most, maybe the weak point of the deck here for Shrewd. I'll have to see how it ends up playing out in game, though. On the side of Owe, I think, Ari Cannon is probably going to be the ban here. You have 2 decks that are just direct counters, essentially, to Spiders and Pirates. You have so much life gain, you have Extali, you have so many ping effects, you have clean kind of 1-for-1 removal. As your opponent plays a unit, you're able to very cleanly answer it with things like Pokestick, with things like Group Shot even later into the game, and Dark is of course able to kill pretty much every unit in any of these decks because all 3 of these decks go wide. They have very cheap units that have these on-play effects that are able to ping the Nexus, etc., but none of them have a lot of HP. It's always going to be 2-3 maximum.
They're still dictating what ban will go through, and whoa!
My favorite deck, Spiders, not going through here.
I was not expecting that. Okay.
Be let through, and Anivia is the deck that is banned from Shrewd. The one good matchup that Ari Cannon had was Anivia, so maybe Shrewd, knowing that would be a ban, deciding to ban the Spiders instead of the Ari Cannon.
I think the Allen matchup that we saw earlier, that convinced me that you always ban Ari Cannon. Like no matter how confident you feel against it, I don't agree with not banning it. I think you can handle Spiders much better than this deck. Just can beat anything if it draws properly. And we do see a Cannon. It's a very unit dense hand though. There's no recall effects, which is going to slow down Aoi significantly. And that's already that's really good for Shrewd. Shrewd not developing the Twisted Catalyzer, instead waiting for his attack token, making sure that pass that Aoi gave to him stays that way, and now threatening him with an attack gear.
And seeing it here, the hand does have a lot of resources for Owe, missing the Dancing Droplets maybe, but has his champions, has Kennen, 2 copies of it, maybe too many, because now the Wayfinders might brick, depending on how you sequence things. But has the Kennen here to block into the Catalyzer. You might just need to. This is just how things play out, where you don't want this Catalyzer to grow more and more. Although, that being said, it isn't a matchup where the darkness being so high is going to be super relevant, because usually it's going to kill everything anyway, for the most part, unless you're thinking about Ari.
Yeah, but going to 3 is very relevant, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a precarious position for Aoi, because if he blocks into that, he loses value from the Mark of the Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And losing, he has too many units. Like, double Kinku Wayfinder. Kinku Wayfinder, pretty good card, but when you draw too many copies of it, it's not as great, believe it or not.
When there's a box in the opponent's hand, also not fantastic.
Yeah. This is a rough hand for Aoi. I can't say I feel bad for an Ari Cannon bricking, but yeah. it's definitely looking really good for Shrewd. Like having access to Pokestick and the group shot there gives him a lot of reactivity, and we're gonna see a box. I mean, why not? Why not? I like it.
You have the Lightning Rush if you want to go for it, but you also have the chance for just a Wayfinder next turn. The hope that you get a Cannon and you get the second mark and you kill off the Catalyzer that way. But instead, I'm going to go for it now, just making use of the fact that there is no mana available for Shrewd, so you know there's no counterplay available. Go for the Lightning Rush.
Also shuffling the Cannon back in the deck, very important. Yeah.
And now I think it's going to be a clear Wayfinder here. Once one box is played, the chance of having a second one isn't really, very high for Shrewd. And I think there's going to be a pretty clear, especially the attack token. You want to play the Wayfinder here and try and get some temp on the board. We see it now. Dancing Droplet and the Cannon coming out of the deck.
Down goes the Conchologist. Shrewd wanted to keep his mana options open, potentially for double group shot. Ooh, I would fire them off here. I would double group shot here now that there's no answer and remove both of these.
And more so because Dancing Droplet is not just a 1/1 elusive that you have to keep track of. It's the engine that does so much of the card drawing and the cycling in this deck. So when you kill it, you know that 1/3 of those engines is gone completely. There's no resurrection. There's no Yu-Gi-Oh! From the graveyard effect. Dancing Droplet is dead forever.
That's a really good Conchologist for Shrewd. Like that was a really heads-up play right there. Otherwise, you could just Pokestick one of the two otherwise, but that worked out so well from. There's another Conchologist right there.
And it's perfect.
Phenomenal draw.
You're able to keep presence on the board with these cheap units, but also getting more card advantage in hand, keeping up with the value game of Ari Cannon, and making sure to have these very cheap but very effective spells in dealing with what is a very tempo-based game plan here from OE now with the second Wayfinder coming out.
I see a block for the King of Wayfinder, trying to prevent a little bit of damage. I like this. OE clearing up some space as well, as he could develop Cannon here. Yeah, to get rid of that Conchologist.
Now Cannon has a good open attack because of the 2 attack, because of the health being reduced on the Roadmaker.
Yes.
And elusives are still going to be, for the most part, the game plan here for OE. Now has a pretty wide attack here that can go in with a 3-unit advantage in terms of the unit parity, and already coming down to get the recall effect possibly on the Dancing Droplet.
Yeah, sometimes even if you draw multiple King of Wayfinders, it's just good. it's gonna give you a lot of stuff for just one play. And now we see OE drawing into the spells. He has Homecoming, Twin Disciplines. Now that the interaction is available, we could see him go for a Homecoming here, but I think that's very risky. Like I like how Shrewd is dropping this Pokestick immediately, kind of like making Aoi think I have another ping in hand. I'm Darkness. I have Vile Feast, Pokesticks, group shots.
Twin Disciplines could do it though. Twin Disciplines could keep it alive with enough.
That's the play I expect. That's the play I expect. Honestly, like it's the safest play.
And there's not really anything you want to recall, right? The Roadmaker and the Accolade both have on-play effects.
Okay. He doesn't. That's interesting.
I'll have to take the loss there of the Dancing Droplet instead. That's the second Droplet, remember, that is dying now. So all of a sudden, there's only one Droplet left available in the deck.
He wants to keep his Ari alive, but he's losing gas by doing this. Is this the correct play? Because like getting that card draw cycling with the Droplet could be really, really clutch. But then again, Ari does represent your win condition in a way, right? But also like I think Sign-In really is in this matchup. That's what you want to fish for. We'll see. There's a deny.
Senna now
down goes Senna.
Trying to take control of the game. The 2 mana cost Darkness, thanks to the Roadmaker, discounting it early on, going to make it much easier for constantly Darkness to be replayed, thanks to the Dark Bulb effects, thanks to the Senna, obviously creating a new Darkness after she attacks.
Problem is, if he pre-commits this Darkness, he leaves himself a little bit wide open, so he may want to, but then again, he misses out on value, right? Because he's generating them for free. So I don't know if there's a reason not to. Well, there is. Like if you go for the Darkness now, then all of a sudden the Homecoming represents a big threat. But Aoi's just not gonna have any of it. He's just gonna go down with the Concussive Palm, halt this Senna on her tracks, and Shrewd will react with the Darkness in response. And now the Homecoming. I mean, this Homecoming is a little bit awkward though, because
could be Deny instead, but Deny is a big tool you want to use for later down the line.
But he misses out on the Tail of the Dragon. If he goes Homecoming, he misses on the body, and you have to wonder how much he values that. But at the end of the day, it's Ari that's going to potentially be much more valuable. This is a well-timed darkness from Shrewd, understanding that the concussive palm is on the stack, and if that gets disrupted, then he actually gets to deal with the body for free.
Yeah, trying to get a bit of a silver lining out of the effect. Was really
yeah, very, very, very key. Still needs to find Sinon though, otherwise he's going to run out of gas here. And playing Go Hard can actually prove to be a liability for him, because he is going to fill up his deck with these very low impact cards that he does not need to be seen right now.
And because the two droplets are dead, because there's no sign-in, all of a sudden it seems like he's already running out of steam. And Darkness
seems like his deck is fine without those.
And Darkness is a deck that this is what it tries to do. It tries to bleed out its opponent of resources, slowly win kind of the long-term game, and it's excelling at doing so right now from Shrewd. This is the whole reason of obviously all these different cards that generate more cards, Conchologist, even the Darknesses from the Dark Bull from Senna. It allows you to play a much longer game than your opponent in most cases. As long as you survive the early and mid game, which is where the weakness might be for Darkness, you're able to take control of the game most of the time in the late game.
Sure, just needs to take it easy. Just play at his pace. Just keep the value going in his favor, and eventually the darkness will be overwhelming. Like that's the gist of it. Obviously, he can't be too passive, because once Awi draws into Sign-In, things can really change. But the momentum is definitely in his favor right now, and he's got all these darknesses to generate. Having that Dark Bulb Acolyte, that Conchologist as well, can lead to very interesting things too. And this attack pattern is really, it's weird. It's kind of like, it's because he's already threatened by darkness anyways. So why give the opponent the opportunity to block like that? Oh, gonna go for the Go Hard. Interesting. Is it because he was running out of time? He wants to pass over initiative, see if he does something? Because that Go Hard is pretty...
It is important that the two Wayfinders have been played already, because the big scary thing that you think about when Go Hard is making more copies of the card in the deck, you don't want to brick your Wayfinder, so that is already one step that's kind of out of the way where you can start playing for Go Hards. But I don't know if the game's going to go long enough for Pack Your Bags to be worth it, and Deny now being used.
No, I think what he's trying, what he's trying to do is he's trying to chip down this Senna. This is if you take this path, you can't see yourself winning the game though. Yeah. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to get that damage onto Senna so that he can finish her off with a Go Hard top deck. But if he top decks a Go Hard, then it's done so. And this Valve Feast is just brutal.
And he's just out of resources. I mean, only Homecoming and over. I mean, there's nothing.
It's over.
You're not drawing into anything. You need Sign-In, even if you find it, it's not really giving many buffs on the board, for example, either. And Homecoming isn't really it. Again, Darkness is a deck that has its highest cost units are Vhagar and Senna for the most part, other than Ixtali. And there are so many on-play effects for most of the units that Homecoming doesn't feel great in this matchup. So having Recall with only Ahri and the Morn on the board and a Homecoming, it seems like a very doomed spot here for OE, and full control in favor of Shrewd.
And hey, we were saying, he should have banned Ahri Kennen, but Shrewd proving me wrong and being able to handle this archetype with ease, as he's going to bring down that darkness onto Ahri before setting up the attack with Senna, and the value is just too great.
The recall goes through, but now Ahri is no longer on the board here to have as a blocker even, and it's going to be a big attack coming in from Shrewd with the Dark Bulb Acolyte at 6 attack already. It wasn't blocked before when it was at 4 because you wanted to preserve the Morn and the Kennen, but it's still here and it's still hitting you for a large amount of HP.
Gonna drop the Conchologist. Let's see what he picks up. A group shot would be pretty good here. Fading Memories, that's neat as well. You can actually
so many on-play effects that it means that Fading Memories is very effective at giving you even more card value on a Conchologist, on a Dark Bulb, for example. A Darkness there in hand, though, for Shrewd with a Senna attacking. I think it's why you want to preserve that Fading Memories for later down the line.
Set up some blocks there. Whoa, yikes, that's a hit.
That's a big hit here. Again, only Homecoming available for OE, 4 HP, Ahri on the board, and that's it. Nothing to recall even. Conspirators not the draw you want. And the surrender comes in. OE loses game 1.
Bad guys win.
Is 1-0 up in this series with his Darkness deck, and is now only has the Zoe Diana deck with Bandle City remaining up against Ahri Kennen and Pirates for OE.
I'm excited to see his deck. This is a fun deck to watch, especially like it makes good use of Diana. It has some. It's a Nightfall shell outside of the standard Diana Nocturne shell, right? Which, unfortunately for Nocturne, that's pretty much the deck that's gonna be for him. But Diana is more flexible as a champion, and this is honestly like a really cool, sort of target mid-range deck that kind of like flourished out of nowhere. And really excited to see it in action here, as we're gonna go immediately into game 2, and Aoi is bringing the Pirates. He's at it.
Pirates are going to be met by a very cheap curve here for Shrew, which is fantastic. Having the Zoe, even as a jump blocker, having the group shot, having the star shaping, the contrologist, it gets you a blocker plus some extra card value in hand off the generation. A really good starting hand for Shrew, and the attack token on 1 with the Zoe.
And because exactly that attack token is very relevant, because otherwise the Make It Rain would have prevented this super cool star chart. But now value and momentum are definitely on Shrewd's side.
Oh, look at this. I mean, the hand is so cheap. It's so good. What you want against aggro is either two things. Ways to regain health once you've lost the initial early few turns of battle, or just a way to fight 1-for-1. With every card your opponent plays, you play a chump blocker in response. You mitigate all the damage that the opponent tries to go for with a go-wide strategy. And that's exactly what Shrewd has going for him in hand here. Guiding Touch as well off the Contrologist, even more life gain.
I set up the block with Zoe, not resorting to Zoe as a win condition, but actually making use of her body and turning into Legion Saboteur, which can lead to more damage, as the Super Cool Starter has already been generated. Gonna go for the Solari Priestess here. Let's see if he gets that Golden Sister. Oh, there it is!
Sometimes, Mogwai, the cards line up, the game says you're going to win this game, and this looks like what's going to be the case here for Shrewd. It's very early to say. I don't want to, immediately yank out all the suspense from this matchup, but everything is going in his favor. Against aggro, this is exactly what you want to see. A 0-mana Starry Scamp to still play for the board, play 1-for-1 with all of your opponent's units, and be able to make sure your HP total doesn't dip under 10 HP in the first few rounds. But even if it does, you have Guiding Touch, you have Golden Sister, you have Star Shaping. I mean, against aggro, would you be in a better position than this one at this point in the game, Mogwai, with any other deck?
With double group shot in hand.
I mean, you have everything you need, literally every single tool.
I had the star shaping, I don't know, man.
If you were able to rig the game and say, I want exactly these cards in hand, these would be the cards you pick.
There's just no way around it, man. There's just absolutely nothing lacking here. Island Navigator going down for Aoi. Ooh, getting
with Scout.
But I mean, 1 health. I mean, he's definitely gonna have to play to that. I mean, he can just shoot it down with a group shot. Actually, he could just group shot immediately to set up the. Or I mean, you don't need the elusive really. You just need the stats. Yeah, you definitely group shot here.
When you have only 1 mana up for Aoi, you also just know for sure that there isn't really anything that can be done here. There's no fervor. There's no way to counterplay whatsoever on this group shot. So again, controlling the board. Pretty much unit parity, some damage sneaking in across the, on the sides. Not even the case really in this attack with group shot number 2 available, but any damage that goes through here, you have the backup plan with Guiding Touch, with Golden Sister, and with Star Shaping. And as we talked about, aggro decks, when they're playing so many cheap cards, that means they're losing their hand very quickly. They're running out of resources, and most decks, unlike Ari Cannon, don't really have a way to refuel in that case. They have to pick either play for the long game or play for a very aggressive start, and always going to quickly run out of resources.
And we see it right now, and also a pretty awkward draw here because he has 5 mana, so he can't curve out into these 2 units, which means that whatever he develops here is going to be pretty underwhelming. While Shrewd is close to full health, still has no units here, but honestly, does he even need him? He's got a Golden Sister. That's pretty much all. He can go for this super cool start chart here, pick up.
Crescent Strike is pretty good as well.
I like the Trickster just because he needs units, I think.
Yeah. Especially against this Zap. The moment you play, it's like, okay, now what do I do? I can't really attack into a 3/3, so it would make it quite easy here for sure to take control of the board once again.
See what he opts to do. I still like the Golden Sister here, even though she's not really necessary right now, actually. Yeah, this Trickster is better because he's still, Golden Sister would make sense on curve, but he's at 18 health. He doesn't need her. Yeah, you can play Diana with the Pale Casket or even the Pokey Stick backup right here. And that just feels good, man. You got great blocks here.
The attack is already feeling pretty bad here for Aoi. You can just let because you have the HP, you have the buffer, knowing you have life gain, you can take some damage now, use your HP as a resource, and just make sure you take control of the board and win the value trade. So we'll see.
I don't think this trade. I would have traded into the. I think it's safe enough. Yeah.
I agree. I think at this point in the game where you're bleeding,
playing it too safe. Yeah.
Especially with, I mean, Golden Sister, Star Shaping. You have so many ways to heal here. And you're not anywhere close to that lethal range where, hey, if he has like 3 decimates, you're in trouble. But not going to be the case here. Does have 2 Fervors, but Fervor is a card that has to work off of the unit. It has to have a unit in play to find that access. So there are times playing aggro, both in Spiders and in Pirates, that when you go deep enough into the game, you have to preserve your units to be able to use Fervor. You have to have 1 unit per Fervor played, so it becomes a little bit more tricky to milk the value out of these cards like you can with the Decimate.
Again, that block makes it so that he loses his 3/2 blocker for this Lifesteal Golden Sister, and because he has that Pale Cascade, he can actually navigate around this Noxian Fervor. I do definitely expect a Noxian Fervor to prevent the health gain here. All right, just going face with it. Okay.
Maker Rain also being committed does end up hitting the Trickster here, but we can have a Pale Cascade in response to make sure the damage connects if you choose to.
And I think that's justified, honestly. Yeah. That's at the end of the day, when you're facing an aggro deck, you are technically in a bit of a race, right? So why not just push 4 more damage, preserve your board, make sure you're not vulnerable to elusives. This is looking pretty clean for Shrewd, having that health gain with the essentially what is the reverse Decimate there in hand.
And there is a big top deck, but at this stage of the game where your opponent has only 2 cards left.
Gameplay? I don't see a Gangplank. I see a Minity.
The moment Gangplank comes down, Minimorph will be committed, but first he's going to be Fervor instead. Still 8 HP, still very healthy. If you're Shrewd, I think you're not in trouble, and you still have mana open for the Star Shaping. So you just pass. You just pass and see what your opponent has. Gangplank, now you say, okay, the puzzle has been solved. All the variables are exposed. There's no more cards that are hidden in hand. Gangplank gets Minimorphed here, and you attack next turn and try and go for the win with Diana, possibly.
I definitely wouldn't be shocked to see a concede here from Aoi. I mean, he still preserves the 3/3 on the body, but god damn.
This is, of course, going to be game 2 of the series. Shrewd is 1-0 up. This would be the end of this tournament run for Aoi, the only seasonal champion participating in the tournament today. And Shrewd would be our first semifinalist of the day if he's able to win it here. And I think there's no way he isn't going to. We are going to have some
Diana level up.
Some blockers here with the Mirai Warden able to go 2 for 1 on the board, but still, you ran out of cards, your opponent still is healthy, and he still has the Star Shaping in hand, so you're just so far away from being able to get a win here.
Drop some blockers here, but this is just...
Nice to see you, Chip. Unfortunately, you're about to get smashed, but it is nice to see you every so often.
There's even a group shot there that you can use onto the ship. No, Chip! Chip, why?
No,
Chip, no!
This game was looking so clean, but all of a sudden we had this terribly dark turn with my poor Chip dying. But that is going to be it. Lethal.
What a dominating.
Takes the 2-0 win. The matchups were very much in his favor, we have to say. Just looking at lineups and the matchup tables, Aoi was in trouble. This is, again, bringing aggro to a tournament is a very polarizing strategy. You can get these very huge wins where your opponent isn't teched for aggro, isn't ready for aggro, and you just get these blowout wins with Spiders and Pirates. Or you can run into maybe the only Anivia player in the tournament and then end up having to ban that while still facing a deck like Dargus and a deck like Zoe Diana. That in this case, in this matchup, drew the nuts. Let's be honest, Monkwai. He had the perfect hand at every single stage of this game.
I mean, it's what you say. Like, if I could just be like, okay, I'm gonna select from the game the cards that I would like to have in my hand for this specific matchup, and it wouldn't really change much from that. Like, that was double group shot, having all the health gain in the world, and just absolutely everything going on for you. As we're gonna be seeing the Italian revenge here, Melidor versus Ali Caesar. It is again Ari Kennan going through against Pink City. Oh, I love seeing Pink City here.
There is a Lightning Rush in hand for Melidor, which is not a card that you used to see before. Obviously, some changes have been made, obviously, in the deck list, I assume. We're going to get the deck list very soon to be able to more accurately relay what exactly these players are playing and what kind of cards there are in each deck. But this is game 3. This is a deciding match to see who advances to the semifinals. And this is going to be Ari Kennan with Shadow Isles with the Go Hard variant for Ali Caesar. And some version of Pink City, some version of an aggressive deck with TF teched in for this meta in terms of being able to red card and completely counter things like Wayfinder.
Yeah, counter Wayfinder, just all sorts of spread out board states. Also, in other matchups, the gold card can really come into play, stalling out certain attacks. TF just has always had it's always been a solid option regardless of the meta, and in this case it's definitely it's nice to see a deck like Pink City, and it definitely didn't lose that much, and it's been overshadowed by other decks, but seeing it make it this far in the tournament may lead us to believe that it's been slept on for a bit, as down goes the Parley onto the Kennen.
A lot of this is Twisted Fate. I think Twisted Fate has a really good spot in the current meta. In the last few fight nights, Thomas won 2 of them in a row, playing, as I mentioned before, an aggressive lineup. And he did it the first week playing 1 copy of TF in Pirates.
Ooh, this make it rain, though.
Oh, no. Both the Dancing Droplet and the Kennen go down here for Ali Caesar.
Oh, and enabling that group shot kill onto it as well, onto the Ahri. Oh, my lord.
The impact on the Stone Stackers has, removed the toughness, I think, for the joy of many control players that had to deal with this incredibly stacked 2-drop. As I was mentioning with Thomas's lineup, he brought TF in Pirates, and then he brought 2 copies in the latest version of Fight Night. So TF just finding a very good spot, even in Pirates list, as an anti-Ahri Kennen tool, making that matchup that much stronger. And for the same reason, Melidor might have brought Pink City, because of TF being such a good card into Ahri Kennen and expecting so much of it in this tournament today.
Look at that board, Panda. Look at that board. It's begging for Twisted Fate to come down, but Seinen is gonna save him. That's a triple deny, though. Oh, what? Oh, we got greedy.
This is risky.
Oh, Panda,
he
got
the
greedy.
Wayfinder here.
Oh
again,
my God.
The priority pass by playing the Chemist. The moment Wayfinder comes down here, there's a pass from Ali.
I have dreamt of this. Like I'm not gonna go into details as to what I was feeling during those dreams, but it was a good feeling. Like, my God, if this happens, I gotta go for that group shot, hunt down
Melidor doesn't care. He's just he's giving him all the signs. He's giving him, hey, I definitely don't have TF. Don't worry about it.
It's just chill, bro. It's okay. Oh, Caesar.
And what can you do here? You can't play around it. You're so far behind on the board. You have to go for it here. No more cards to play. Triple deny in hand, and Seinen is the red card, kills the Ahri, kills the Morn, kills the Dancing Droplet, and a massive wide attack coming in next turn. Melidor, that enormous tempo swing, the reason why TF is so good in this meta, and the reason why, maybe the only reason why this deck was brought, because TF is so fantastic into Ahri Kennen.
This open attack may force Ali into a block, but if he does, he misses out on that God Willow Seedling. He's just gonna have to play Seinen alone, but this is too big of a hit to ignore. Gonna go down to 5 health.
Has Lightning Rush for 2 damage. If he can find the right, I don't know if there is a spell that he can find for 3 damage with the control. You're gonna see the options
this region combination, but pick a card.
Is good though.
Yeah, pick a card is good.
Very good here. To try and find some extra resources to just try and finish out this game. But like you mentioned,
I would definitely take pick a card without a doubt.
Seinen is all by itself on this board, and look at the hand. Triple deny, not going to be so effective against most of the cards being played here from Melidor.
He does pick. Oh wow, he actually goes for pick a card. Oh, he's just going face. Oh, because he wants to recall the Conchologists. Of course, that's actually more valuable. Oh, that's better. Oh, he gets to play it again. He gets to just continue to cycle through that. I take Flame Spitter. You're so close to killing him. I think Flame Spitter is the way to go. But I mean, Cloud Stance allows you to recycle the Conchologist too, though. But no, Flame Spitter makes sense.
Not much Melidor can do right now, though. Kind of at the mercy. There's going to be the Inventive Chemist bomb is going to explode, so it's going to be 2 damage on the Nexus. The God Willow Seedling on the Seinen for the extra card draw here. Go Hard does come through. If a Pack Your Bags, but not sure how many Go Hards have been played, maybe Pack Your Bags is going to be a possibility. You can't replay Seinen this turn, though. And the rest of your hand is just terrible. I mean, what are you doing with this hand here?
Triple deny.
You can't play like any of these. You can't play deny. You can't play Twin Disciplines. You can play Concussive Palm, I suppose, to have another blocker for next turn.
Oh man, this Go Hard going down on the Inventive Chemist, but it's just not going to be enough. This bomb is going to proc off, going to get him down back to 3. He still has.
And you can play the Pocket Aces here. Keep this alive if you want to, but it's not necessary just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you have no board. Like this. Caesar may just be forced to go for a proactive Concussive Palm just to develop a blocker.
You're happy to block here with a 1/1 to leave space for Ryan Warden to come down.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a 1-drop here.
Exactly. That's exactly what Melidor is going to do here. That bomb going to send him back down to 3, and that hand is all about power. Like he's gonna need to have a board as wide as possible, and Ali has no way to refill this. Like his only play is a Concussive Palm. And
We're coming into the attack. 3 damage on the Nexus for Ali Caesar. Has the backup of both pocket aces.
There's the pack your bags, but he's going for the clear. He was respecting the pack your bags.
You can use the concussive palm. You can use the deny on the Crackshot Corsair bullet. It's still lethal. With 3 damage being committed here from the Crackshot Corsair and the control.
And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The Italian revenge. The Italian revenge goes through. Melidor advances to the semifinals.
A player that has been so consistent in the open rounds, finally making it far into the top cut. Even for Italy, I think that, not many Italian players have made it to the top 4, if at all. Maybe Broken Ball at some point, but I don't recall either. So Melidor really trying to push for a win for himself, but also for his country. A player that's been around for the last 2 years in the MEA. Proving to be one of the best players from Italy and one of the best players overall with very good results, making it now into the top 4 and eliminating the #1 seed coming to this tournament, Ali Caesar.
Very, very consistent player, like you mentioned. He's always been up there. He's been qualifying to the seasonals regularly, and he just never has had that big breakthrough, right? He's always ended up falling, I believe, around like quarterfinals, top 16. But he's finally had his moment. He's up in the semifinals, and I couldn't be happier because I think it's very deserved. And we're going to see how he faces off against the winner of this series, because the winner of 05 WTF and Mike Check will be facing off against the Italian Stallion in the semifinals here. As right now we're seeing a matchup of Scouts versus Darkness, and an attack going on here from WTF. That names. As we see him go down to 11, and it is turn 5 as Stilted Roadmaker hits the board.
Vagar is here, though. There is a Darkness in hand. We're not entirely sure how big it is just yet. We'll find out. We are still on turn 5, though, so not too far into the game. And Scouts is going to be a dangerous deck for Darkness to deal with. It's going to go very wide, very quickly, very aggressive strategy as well. But we'll see if Darkness will be enough to keep it at bay. It is a very clunky hand, kind of a very expensive hand. No ping effects to be able to deal with some of the cheaper units here.
I like this this Darkness onto a 3/2, essentially respecting the Ranger's Resolve instead of just trying to hit something bigger. Even though I think it's a 3, so it didn't matter. I thought it was like a 3 health unit, but I still think he would have got the 3/2. Yeah, really big. Especially after that reduction from the Stilted Roadmaker. Down goes Cithria. We may see a Vengeance though.
I think so. I mean, especially because Demacia and Scout is a deck that it does one thing very well, which is playing for the board, playing for tempo, creating an advantage on the board, and a lot of pressure for many different decks. But it has no spell counterplay whatsoever in terms of these big kill effects like Vengeance.
This is a pretty decent attack from W, but I don't think it's quite enough, and he's running out of gas here. Oh, but the Ranger's Resolve is huge. Yeah.
Making sure you can challenge her. You're gonna get a white win. This is damage that is going through here.
That's 6. He's going down to 5. He's in the red.
But this is the problem, Mogwai. This deck only does one thing: play for the board. The moment it loses the board, or loses that window of time where you can get the win, it's over. And Ixtali is going to be able to come in and try and slow things down.
Actually, I think maybe Senna. Yeah, because Senna's Sigil Spell is a hard counter to this deck.
Yeah, that is very true. And you enable the Darknesses that can slowly start. Again, we talked about it. Once the board is eliminated one time, it's pretty much over for Scouts. They don't really have a comeback mechanic built into the deck. It's not really the purpose of the deck. So this is the game plan for Mike Check. He needs to try and stabilize this mid game to stay healthy, to try and not lose all his HP. Once he does that, once he gets past that, the top of the hill, then he's able to really take control and win the game.
How much damage is Darkness? Because this Ranger's Resolve could come into play here. I'm not sure if it's at 4 or if it's at 5.
We saw Vagar stay on the board maybe once or twice. We didn't see if there was a catalyzer or shut things off. We came into the game a little bit late.
We'll see. We'll see now. Because WTF has to try to spread out wide and perhaps take him out in an open attack next round. But that may be a mistake because he plays into Senna's Signature Spell. So we may see him try to just develop as much as possible and instead go for a 4 Demacia. Which seems...
It's a possible strategy, but it's going to leave you open once the spell's on the stack to take off some units, and then you still have chump blockers to try and stay alive.
And it gives Mike Check the momentum to develop an Ixtali Sentinel, which can definitely...
Maybe even a Roadmaker, just to get a cheaper unit on the board that can block, depending on how wide you go.
I think you actually... I think you have to go for 4 Demacia here, though. Because whatever Mike Check has access to, he has access to at fast speed anyways.
Yeah. There's I mean, with the current hand, the current board, of course, 05 WTF is just has one route to, the cards play themselves at this point. He needs to go for that for Demacia, depending on what he draws, of course. But even now with his board full, even units being drawn aren't really, you're not really tempted to play them out.
It's still a pretty menacing attack. Like Mike Check, I think is going to be barely going to be. He's going to survive, but he's barely going to do so. Like that Fort Demacia is no joke with this spread out board state and the scouts and everything. Like it's actually pretty damn legit. Because once Fort Demacia goes down, all of a sudden the -2 power reduction from Senna's signature spell does not quite do it.
And this is the case of even if you have the right answers, if your opponent goes wide enough, and especially gets the bust with Fort Demacia, it might still not be enough, but we're going to see a full
I don't like this
here.
open attack. I think this is a mistake.
Without Fort Demacia, you're going to have...
He has Ranger's Resolve to counter like something like a Withering Will, for example. Like I feel like you have to Fort Demacia is the only way.
There is probably a Ruination in this deck. There is definitely a Ruination in this deck for Mike Check.
Yeah,
the
but he's going for it. He has to go for it, yeah. And now Mike Check has to be very careful with what he targets with his darkness. He has to respect the Ranger's Resolve. Because if he targets one of the 4 health units with a 4 power darkness, that legit probably loses him the game. Like he cannot mess around with this. He needs to target one of the units. Like honestly, he can just target the challenger.
And this is of course the do or die moment in this series. Both players, this is game 3. This is the final game to see who advances to the semifinals.
There's a lot of stats, man. There's a lot of stats. Like Ixtali Sentinel is going to be absolutely crucial here with the lifesteal. But in order to do that, you have to remove the challenger. Otherwise, you can drag her to the very end. Like it always had to be the challenger here. Always.
If you play Ixtali, you don't have enough mana for stress defense right now, which could be useful as well.
Ixtali goes down now. Gets him another darkness and gives him that lifesteal on the board. Look at that size. Like that's a crazy. Everything represents lethal except for the Poro. The Poro missed one Danger Dim and just doesn't quite do it. But everything else
is the darkness at 4 damage still. If it is, Ranger's Resolve saves one of these units.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that's true.
Even with the lifesteal. The lifesteal means that if 2 units connect, any 2 units, it's lethal because the lowest combination of attack is going to be 9.
Oh, it comes down to that. Oh my god, it really.
If darkness is at 5, it's going to be enough. If you target down the Poro here with quick attack, or even just the armed gearhead, is that the name?
Yeah, it actually is.
Thank you, Mogwai. The first time in the history of us casting where I didn't know a name.
Okay. What the shade? What the? All right. Oh, it is 4. It is 4. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he's got him.
It all comes down to this. Ranger's Resolve, a card that has been so effective for so long at creating these blowout scenarios for 1 mana.
Wow. That is crazy. That card literally makes the difference.
The blocks come through.
Why is it? I mean, because if he has a way to buff, it doesn't. And he wants to preserve the Senna. Oh my lord. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That Ranger's Resolve. That's game. Mike Shed goes down. NW505 WTF. WTF is that username. Advances to the semifinals with a clutch victory. Wow. With that Fort Demacia. If he went for that open attack, he would have been completely halted. What a clutch way to end that.
And you had to play into the Ruination. It's a situation where we talked about it. Scouts has that one board you're playing for the entirety of the game, slowly getting more and more units, getting more and more advantage from these board wide buffing strategies, like we saw it with the Fort Demacia. Ruination is the one counter to Demacia. It's always been this case for as long as you can remember, because Demacia has one thought process of always playing with the board, and Ruination resets all of that. But it wasn't in hand, and it wasn't available for the stop there. And 05 WTF advances to semifinals. We're gonna check out now the bracket to consolidate what we just saw in the last few games we've been casting. Meliador up against 05 WTF, and Salty Simon, the Swedish player, is up against Shrewd. 4 different countries: Italy, Russia, Sweden, and Bulgaria. None of these countries has won Pedish has with Russia, has won a seasonal before, but the other 3 countries, it would be the first time for any of these countries or players to win a seasonal.
Very, very exciting semifinals, especially considering these are all pretty much new names making it this far. And it's been a long time coming for the likes of Meliador, but also Salty Simon has been getting better and better in his tournament performances. And it's really, really exciting to see both of these make it here. But Shrewd's lineup is just straight up fire. And I would not mind to see that in the finals. I don't know about you. And
You're going to laugh, Mogwai, but I have a very interesting anecdote to mention about Salty Simon. I did an interview with him, and I talked about how he's going to prepare for this tournament. He was playing in Fight Night yesterday, the community tournament that we run here in EU, and he said that his game plan was to be extremely unlucky in the Fight Night tournament. He would get 2-0'd because of terrible draws, and he would, lose out immediately, which happened. He had super bricked hands and he lost, but he said that he would do this to save up all his luck for today and try and actually win the tournament. I don't know, Mogwai. I'm starting to believe this Holy Simon has some grand plan because he's made it into the top 4 already.
He's got to defeat Anivia, though. And that, I honestly don't know if that's a big statement or not, but he's got to defeat Anivia. And I cannot wait for that matchup. We don't know much about WTF's lineup. We know he's running scouts. We assume he's got Ari Kennen in the midst as well. Maybe some other variant of an aggressive deck or something, but it would be interesting to look into that as well. And I'm just really excited. I'm excited for Salty Simon and his saltiness, and I'm excited for the lineup that Shrewd has and for Meliador to finally make it this far. It would be so epic for Meliador to get the first win of 2022 Legends of Runeterra season under his belt. So a lot of stories behind these players and just some very interesting scenarios, and I cannot wait for the semis, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit, right? Just a short break, I think.
We have, well, maybe not so short, but we're gonna have, I think, some very interesting interview content to keep you guys entertained. And it'll be a bit of a longer break because we have a big, gap until the tournament decides that the next round is ready to be played at 4. Well, a bit later for you guys with the delay. But all in all, a 10 and 15-minute break. Some interesting content from the players, some more interviews for you guys to watch, and we'll finally be back with the semifinals that, like Mogwai said, is gearing up to be extremely exciting. Unique decks, unique players, a lot of different play styles as well, and I'm just honestly very excited to have this next round start, but not just yet. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Just brought 3 strong decks. Bring Ari Kennen, ban Ari Kennen, pretty straightforward, unless the lists were bad, then I was leaving them up and just banning a worse matchup for my entire lineup.
I expect that Pantheon and Ari Kennen decks to be popular, so I wanted to have good lineup against them. And the only lineup that really made sense was Spiders, Pirates, and then third deck to be Ari Kennen to be good in the mirror. So go hard version.
In the open rounds, I brought Lee, RSI, and Pantheon, and my strat was basically to soft target Pantheon. And obviously RSI was better because when it's open, it's generally better against the lineups targeting it. And I thought it was pick or ban this season, and the times it was left up, it performed very well. Also Pantheon to hedge against darkness a bit with the Libre.
For this meta, I really like it because there's a certain best deck and everything else is shaped around it, so I find it pretty easy to predict what the meta and lineups are going to look like. So I went with banning the strongest deck because I think it's too strong to beat. That is Ari Kennen, obviously. And then I was looking for combat-based mid-range strategies. Pantheon and Silver being two of those, but I couldn't find a strong third deck. Was hoping Ash LeBlanc was going to be good enough after the buffs. Sadly, it's not, so I just went with Ari Kennen myself as a third deck.
I don't really like Ari Kennen, but I have learned through many seasonals that the best way to perform in the open rounds, if you are the better player, is just to bring 3 good decks and call it. So that's what I did. Till the very last second, I wasn't about to bring this in because I have a special rule where I never play this in tournaments because it has betrayed me twice. But White Flame kinda made the deck playable again for me, so I brought Lee Sin, I brought Ari Cannon, I brought Fizz Lulu, and I just brought 3 good decks, and I was better than my opponents.
All right. So I wanted to accomplish 2 things. I wanted to bring 3 all-around good decks, and 3 decks with fairly high skill agency, which is very important for open rounds. So the first one was a no-brainer, Ari Cannon, just the best deck in the game, especially if it's being played in the right hand. The second deck was Lee Sin. I found that it doesn't look good on paper if you look at ladder stats, but as soon as you consider that you ban the very worst matchup, which is Ari Cannon, it doesn't look that bad anymore, and the deck has an absolutely insane skill cap and a lot of skill agency and playmaking potential. And then the third deck, there were 2 options. One was a Pantheon deck, which is medium skill agency but very good stats-wise, and the other one is the exact opposite. Darkness, okay stats-wise, but insanely high skill agency again, and I ended up going with Darkness just because I was a bit more comfortable on the deck.
I wanted to play against a tier 1 deck with a strong lineup against this. Even if I needed to ban Ari Cannon, it was not a problem because I thought a lot of lineup was not designed to fight against. That's why I had Pantheon Tariq, Action Severe, and Ari Cannon because I knew a lot of lineup was not designed against.
I played Ari Lulu because I really love his deck and took 2 other aggro decks, Pirates and Spider Aggro. And my strategy was to target Arikan Shurima and Pantheon decks.
So I knew that Ari Cannon in general is going to be the biggest deck, so it was either ban it or counter it, and I decided to go with the ban it and the angle. I bought AKSI, Darkness, and Yordas in Arms, Fizz Lulu. And the idea was just to bring good decks and play optimally, and it worked out.
It was pretty straightforward actually. I was planning to ban Ari Cannon because it was strong, and I wanted to bring Ari Cannon even though I didn't play it much. And after that, I wanted to bring 2 other decks. I felt somewhat comfortable and could utilize the fact that we are banning Ari Cannon, And I brought Lulu Sivir, Lulu Fizz, Akshan Sivir, and finally Ari Cannon.
I played Lurk, Lulu Fizz, and Ari Cannon, and mainly banish Ari Cannon and be favorable against Pantheon.
I learned from past seasonals that if the current meta is good for aggro decks, then people will bring them in open rounds. And this time there was an illusion that you can target the meta-defining deck, which is Ari Cannon, with aggro decks, and also decks like Scouts. So I thought most people will use the strategy, but in reality I think that the deck is so good that it can be really countered, and you must bring it. So that's what I did, and my other 2 decks were Lee Sin Zoe and Fizz Lulu, which both beat aggro. Scouts will lose half of the matches to itself, and to their half we can deal with. And so this lineup, I think, is also very balanced because it has similar strengths. For example, it beats all the Pantheon decks, and it has similar weaknesses. For example, it loses to Darkness. So I think it was a really good lineup. Yeah.
So I wanted to hard target Pantheon and Severe Akshan, mostly because I thought it was going to be the most popular decks, while also soft countering Ari Cannon, because I think most people are going to bring it, but don't know how to play it. While the strategy in Top Cat is going to be different.
I think my strategy was just go for my comfort pick in Pantheon, and then finish the lineup with Ari Cannon as ban bait and Severe Akshan for the rally synergy with Pantheon.
So I played Ari Cannon, Lee Sin, and Pantheon, but I had some twists. So because that lineup would be really weak to aggro to just ban Lee Sin, I tried to tune my Ari deck with Might instead of the Absolver, which means that it gets the kill a little bit faster, so you can actually raise the aggro deck sometimes. And then for Pantheon, I played just Mono Pantheon, so you have access to Chain Vest and Cataclysm, which is a lot better than some of the clunkier tools in the other Pantheon lists. Also, playing a slightly worse version of Ari Cannon meant that it didn't get banned as much as maybe other people's Ari Cannons would have. So that was kind of nice. Got to play it 5 times.
So I brought Ari Cannon Shadow Isles, just because it's the best deck, Draven Rumble and Yordlin Arms, because these were my comfort picks for climbing. They don't really make sense necessarily. They're just like pretty good decks I feel good on. They have the benefit of beating Pantheon, all of them, and also beating like random stuff like Poros. And my strategy was to just ban Ari Cannon or the worst matchup I'm facing, if it's control, and just try to get there with my comfort on the decks, and it worked quite well.
My strategy was really clear, actually. I planned banning Pantheon all the way because all my decks were losing to Pantheon. I brought Scouts, Nightfall, and Kindred Sentinels. All of them lost to Pantheon, and they hard countered Ahri. So my strategy was banning Pantheon and countering Ahri. If their lineups were different, I just made it along the way.
Welcome back, folk, to the magical Misadventures seasonal Legends of Runeterra tournament. There we go. Got it again, right? Oh, yeah.
Mogwai,
So
you get some great satisfaction from saying the name of the tournament correctly.
Dude, it's hard. It's hard, okay?
Getting such a dopamine rush from just saying the name of the tournament correctly. But, I mean, I'm excited for these matches. I'm excited for the decks, for the lineup. We're going to have Meliador versus 05 WTF. I know it's your favorite username out of all the ones here, and we have actually scouts in both lineups here as well, so super interesting matchup coming up.
Very important to note that Meliador is the player who took down arguably the most consistent competitor in Legends of Runeterra history in Fresh Lobster in the first round. And according to Twitter, it was a very nail-biter of a series that came down to the wire, in which Meliador's anti-Ari Kennen, it's confirmed to be an anti-Ari Kennen lineup, was able to prevail, and he's been able to keep on winning ever since then, making it all the way to the semifinals. But like you mentioned, 05 WTF, Jesus, has a Scouts deck in their lineup as well. I'm not sure if the lineup is for the remainder of it is extremely similar, but at least they do share that archetype. And then on the other side of the bracket, we got Salty Simon, who defeated the reigning world champion. And I saw in the chat, all the Allen fanboys are Salty fanboys now. They have officially converted. Will take on Shrewd, who has arguably the spiciest lineup out of these top 4 players. But we're just talking about it off camera, how really awesome this semifinals is. Every other semifinals of season have been awful, but this time it's actually really, really interesting because all these decks are like very different, and these are technically 4 off-meta lineups, making it all the way here.
Yeah, comparing to what I expected going into this, the more typical Darkness, Lee Sin, Ari Kennen pair with Pantheon Taric, for example. But there's so many unique decks that are maybe one-of copies that only these players have brought these specific decks, trying to find, again, like as you talked about, a bit of an edge, not bringing the same cookie-cutter lineup that everyone else is bringing, instead trying to find a way in terms of how you build your lineup, the matchup tables, to get a slight advantage over the rest of the opponents going into this top 32. And that's going to be the case. That's going to be the case here with that, decks like Akshan Sivir Darius that Salty Simon's bringing, decks like Zoe Diana and Anivia for Shrewd. So a lot of pretty unique decks. Pink City even for Meliador, with kind of the new cards like Lightning Rush added in as well, and TF being just a great answer to Ari Kennen.
Here we have the Russian semifinalist 05 WTF, who peaked at number 1 elo and is the number 12th in the seed. Besides that, don't really know much about the guy, except he has a weird taste for usernames and he has good at the game.
To a Master Europe tournament before. He's been with the Russian team alongside Rakan Rosic in the past as well. And overall, a player that hasn't had that much success going into seasonals yet, hasn't had that great top of performance, but overall still a very known player and one of the best players from Russia alongside Rakan Rosic and Petish as well.
I just realized this player is not running Ari Kennen at all in his lineup.
Not just that, Mogwai. There's only one Ari Kennen deck left in this tournament. Out of the 12 decks available, out of the 4 different lineups, only one player,
incredible,
Salty Simon, is bringing Ari Kennen. Well,
WTF likes Demacia, that's for sure.
Likes Demacia. There's going to be a Scouts deck. There's going to be a Pantheon Taric and Sivir Akshan deck that I know you've grown to love over the past few months.
For sure. It's one of those decks that I hated when it was popular, but when all of a sudden when it became more edgy and hipster, it was absolutely fantastic. And I totally did not come off like a hypocrite while doing that. But yeah, it's a fantastic list that is honestly very rewarding and very compelling to play and watch. It is the premier mid-range deck in the game for me personally, as it always has a spot in the meta. It feels like it's one of those decks that can beat anything if you draw and play properly. And it's just a treat to watch. The Akshan win condition with the Warlord's Horde in conjunction with Sivir's ability is just a very, very neat late game. And I love the addition of the Vikaran Bruiser. Ever since this deck dropped the Rune Runner, it became all right in my eyes. As the other 2 decks, this man likes to attack and this man likes to rally. A full set of Golden Ages in every single one of these decks. We know what the TF is all about. He's all about attacking, and attacking again.
Some interesting things to note here. The Scouts list does not have Genevieve Elmhart. Instead, going back to the classic, going back to Cithria,
the OG.
3 copies of Cithria, no Genevieve whatsoever in this case, just going for pure raw power. And of course, the fearsome tag that Cithria gives can create blowout scenarios against decks like Ari Kennen. So I think it's definitely a good meta call to bring Cithria back into the mix of things and take out Genevieve.
And one of the cards, one of the latest additions that really made the deck much stronger, in my opinion, that doesn't get spoken about enough, but definitely was the highlight of the last series that we covered, is the Vanguard Sergeant, the 3-mana 3/4 that gives you a 4 Demacia. People were experimenting with the card initially when Lux was buffed alongside it because of the 6-mana spell synergy, but this is its true home. 4 Demacia is Demacia's own version of the Yordles in Arms. And it's just a very, very neat addition to the deck that can allow this deck to just have much more power than it seems at first. But let's take a look at Meliodor's lineup. This is also, well, first of all, let's talk about Meliodor, who also loves Demacia, by the way. So it's going to be quite the mirror match of beings, ultimately, as Meliodor is the Italian savior of Broken Ball's honor, as he was able to avenge his fallen comrade, defeating Ali Cesar in the quarterfinals, making it to the semifinals with an anti-Ari Kennen lineup that we'll look into in just a bit, or we could look into just now, as we have Pink City, Scouts, and Big Bad Spiders.
Spiders with 1 copy of Darius, so there usually is in Spiders kind of a one-off slot that you have for Brothers Bond, that you have sometimes for Arachnoid Sentry. In this case, Meliodor decides to go for Darius, having that big hitting overwhelm for the late game. When you're not going wide anymore, when your opponents control the board, you still have this big bad unit that you can drop and hopefully try and get a lethal swing. We did get buffed recently, so that might be a reason why as well. But looking at the Scouts list, a bit different to the list that we saw from 05 WTF. Only 1 copy of Sith the Bold, has 3 copies of Genevieve, so going for maybe more board control, and still does have 2 copies of Vanguard Sergeant, as you mentioned, a card that has become quite meta in Scouts lists.
I really like what you were mentioning earlier about the fact that what WTF just dropped Genevieve for Cithria. This time Meliodor is running the original version with Genevieve. He is running Cithria as, in a way, like a 4th copy of Genevieve, and it's going to be interesting to see which one prevails. I feel like in the mirror, Genevieve can lead to better things because you have the ability to take down Misfortune, which is a very, very threatening engine, and Quinn as well. And I really think that may make the difference. There are some discrepancies between the lists here and there, so it's going to be interesting to see if they actually end up clashing. As the Pink City is the winner for me, though. This is the deck that I feel was a very, very clever addition to a lineup to bring to the season. I was expecting Ari Kennen to be all over the place, as it has a lot of neat tools, and the Lightning Rush addition from Bandle City is one that does not get spoken about enough, as it is an addition that was made to the deck after it became, or it lost a little bit of relevancy from ladder. And because this deck doesn't get talked about enough, people haven't really been so fixated on this new addition to the deck, and I've been surprised by it many times when I've encountered this deck on ladder myself. It really does a lot. It allows you to recycle your Conchalgist, amongst other things, and it gives you a little bit of extra reach. Can be used onto the Zap Strafing as well, or even Twisted Fate too, to reuse that red card, which can lead to very powerful board wipes against the Ionia Allegiance-based build. So it's going to be interesting to see how these decks match up against each other, considering neither player is bringing Ari Kennen. So the counter strategy is over, and it's all about a more fast-paced, aggressive lineup versus a more mid-range, beefier one.
Yeah, a lot of great targets for Lightning Rush, as you're mentioning, a lot of great on-play effects. I think with Scouts especially, if we see a mirror coming out from Scouts, we'll see how the bands pan out in just a bit. The key thing with the mirror for Scouts is whoever has a bit more top end, whoever has the more staying power in terms of winning the board at the end of those clashes where you're trading off most of your units, is going to be the winner for Scouts. Both players have the same objective, playing for the board and trying to be the one winning out once everything is said and done around turn 6 and 7, once the big drops like Genevieve and Sith are coming through. But looking at the bans here, what do you think might be the ban from Meliodor's side, considering just the very aggressive lineup that 05 WTF has to face?
It's either Pantheon Taric or Action Sivir, honestly. Pantheon Taric can be raced down, I feel, especially because it's a more proactive variant of the Demacian Targan Pantheon archetype. Like I feel like a Shyvana version would be more threatening to this kind of lineup that Meliodor is bringing. So I would put my money on an Action Sivir ban here. It's a very, very solid mid-range list that can just, while it goes a little bit slower than Meliodor's decks, it can definitely easily stabilize against them, and they have a lot of they have a lot of ways to spread out and match their tempo. While Pantheon Taric may struggle a bit with that depending on their draws, but I wouldn't be shocked to see a Pantheon Taric ban as well, because it does have access to more healing through Guiding Touch, and it can effectively shut them down with a Wounded White Flame alone. So So it's going to be one of those two for sure. When it comes to WTF, if I'm looking at this lineup, I'm just trying to take out the bigger threat. And I think, honestly, I don't think Pink City's that threatening, especially to your Pantheon Taric. And even for the Scout matchup, you have Rangers Resolve, right? So you can counter a lot of what they're doing. So, yeah, I would say Scouts, honestly.
Spiders was not banned, and Akshan server was not banned.
Okay, so it's Pantheon Taric. It's Pantheon Taric.
On Elise, Spiders here, and 05 WTF is going to be on Akshan server to start things off.
Double Precious Pet in the opener. We're going to see turn 1 Precious Pet go down, even though there is a 1-drop to match it with from WTF. The Fearsome Keyword will allow Melidor to start pushing in some damage, but this matchup, I would definitely favor the Akshan Sivir. If it curves out properly, it can match its pace, and it has way more interaction, disruption, and buffs to go.
Top deck here is going to be so important for Melidor. He has to find a viable 2-drop, or I guess that is also fine playing out the Precious Pet and the Saboteur this turn. You couldn't play Demolitionist, and you couldn't really play, obviously, the Onlooker on defense. So key top deck there, finding a full 1-drop swing here with 2 Precious Pets and Saboteur and the Onlooker for next turn. But Akshan on curve is just great news.
Yeah, Akshan curve onto the Vicaran Vagabond for a nice 3-3 stat line that allows it to block into Fearsomes. You can then follow it up with a Merciless Hunter the next round to make use of the quick attack from Akshan to eliminate something for free. And all of a sudden, it's looking really, really neat for WTF here. Melidor is definitely struggling. Going to give a pass back here since he can develop 3 1-drops next round anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so he has no need to develop here. Yeah,
blowing down the auction as well. If 05 thinks it is relevant to pass here, and because he doesn't know what the hand looks like for Melidor, we do know it. And Melidor, I think you would depend on the top deck a bit too much if you want to just play out all your 1-drops this turn. But the attack does go through in the end, and that means that the Precious Pet and the Saboteur will be coming down this turn, hoping to find maybe the least next turn to play alongside the Onlooker.
Well, we'll see. We'll see, because we may see a pass here from Melidor, actually, because he is very dependent on drawing into something that can enable that Nightfall. Otherwise, he has to...
With the position of this game, I think you have to take the risk. I think you have to say, hey,
maybe.
I have to keep up tempo here. I have to be able to flood here and say, I know you have all the 2-drops in the deck. You have the Rack on Horror. You have... Even a 3-drop is fine to some extent. You can play out the Skitterer here. Skitterer is pretty big.
I was going to say, you could just go for an open attack and try to build up for later. Combining that Stygian Onlooker's Fearsome with the Skitterer later down the line,
and just banking
can lead to a very strong stack.
Or the Fervor at any point in time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is well executed by Melidor. These aggro decks tend to be pretty straightforward, but that doesn't mean that there's not very key decision making to be made that can make a world of difference. And Melidor definitely taking the right approach, because I do agree with your take earlier, like developing those 2 and dictating the draw. Otherwise, just setting up an open attack like this is definitely good enough, and holding onto that Stygian Onlooker for later. And having drawn that Skitter, he definitely got rewarded for that line of play.
There are the bans coming through. Pink City banned.
Wow.
Pantheon Taric banned.
I was not expecting a Pink City. I feel like he has some good options for it, but I guess he was worried about, like Gangplank. Gangplank can be really threatening, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
second Fervor's drawn.
It does make
second
sense.
Aegis is drawn. So kind of awkward draws for both of these players now. Not finding Elise or Melidor, not having much Spider synergy for Skitterer next turn, not having a target to play Demolitionist on, it feels very awkward here. Maybe having to play even the Skitterer on defense to make use of your mana. Really finding himself in a pretty awkward spot here, playing Spiders.
I still like if I'm WTF, you can pass here. Yeah, you're so
pass, yeah. I think
that Merciless Hunter threatens a lot
as well. You don't really have a development that gives you an advantage. Like worst case scenario, you're just doing the same thing your opponent's doing here. So it doesn't look like a best of scenarios here. And I see that with the win rates, a little bit of a win rate advantage for Silver Akshan. And Skitterer does come down this turn in the end.
I'm not sure I like the Skitterer though. I mean, it does enable, but man, taking away that fearsome blocker in the Vicaran Vagabond is such a big deal here. Oh, I like this Merciless. I like this Merciless.
Enabled just to get, I guess, especially here with the Akshan targeting it for free without any trade happening. I think they're definitely going to try and launch this into the Nexus. And there is no mana for Solo Combat, so there is no counterplay available for OPI WTF.
He's going to hold back onto that Merciless Hunter, which will will still be able to block after a Skitter next round. So I like him prioritizing the Vagabond that can be shut down, because him playing a Skitter here on defense may indicate WTF that he could have another one in hand. So leading off an attack with this Vagabond makes sense, but keeping the Merciless Hunter in the back I like, because you can dictate what to block into it with it. Good attack.
Accepting the block here, allowing Akshan to kill the Saboteur. Or no, okay, yeah. Using the Fervor here, I think is what I expected. I was accepting the action from 05 instead, but Amelidor has a chance to respond to this drag from the Akshan onto the Saboteur. Going to try and launch her into the Nexus, down to 10 HP on the Nexus. Of course, no healing, and Akshan Sivir is one of the key things we have to remember when playing against aggro.
I like this block too.
Would be at the mercy of Shapestone, possibly. Would be a pretty big blowout in terms of winning that value trade and having one more blocker on the board. But
there's always so many things you can play around. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, he can go a little bit wide here as WTF continues to draw into cards, but that Cataclysm is actually really good. That Cataclysm feels really clean, and we're gonna see it onto action immediately. Yep. It's gonna level up. Gonna level up action and gonna allow him to draw and predict at the same time to try to find another resource here. Potentially another blocker. And this is the turn.
Fervor.
Yeah, it is.
Have to go for Fervor here, stop the Cataclysm. There is going to still be a single combat if you want to go for it, but I don't think that would be the best of plays for 05. Getting into a weird spot for both players. No Stalking Challenge for Melidor, running out of resources, doesn't have quite enough burn to do it yet, still going to be 7 HP on the Nexus for 05, but also 05 running out of units. You have Golden Aegis, you have Sharpsight, you have all this, but if your units die here, you might be in trouble.
But the fact that this action is going to flip very soon is really going to change things. Like having that extra card draw and being able to predict into a unit is all WTF needs to fully stabilize here. Going down to 7 is not really that bad at all. I don't think you see combat here. Yeah, I like this. He's being very conservative.
You have a chance still here for the Onlooker. Even with Sharpsight, it's going to guarantee a trade, and obviously you can't take the damage to the face, so I think Onlooker is the play to make. You won't have a blocker next turn with the 3-2 here. Looks like it's going to be Demolitions instead, so opting for more of the burn game plan here. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I think Stygian Onlooker can represent, like now is when it's least likely that there's any disruption, right? So the earlier you play Demolitions, the least likely it is the opponent will be able to shut it down. Well, Stygian Onlooker is always like a very...
I guess more so if Melidor could see the hand that 05 has, I think going for Onlooker because it guarantees a trade against the unit, and you're kind of saying, hey, my opponent might not have any resources here. In this case now, Sharpsight guarantees a 2-for-1. Akshan surviving here. The trade onto the Merciless Hunter, yes, but now Akshan, as you mentioned, flips, is still alive here, and there's no board now, essentially, for Melidor.
Getting that card draw as well, which feels so good, having that rally effect, but he's very low, and I don't believe there's any health gain, so there is, like, Melidor could still top deck back-to-back decimates, and that could be it, you know, like, he's gotta be careful. Yeah, I don't think any of those draws. I think he has to pass and draw. Okay, he just picks up a Merciless Hunter, I guess, because he does need units in the end, right? Ooh, that's dangerous.
Can't really be stopped, of course, the Doom Beast damage, putting down 05 down to 3. Noxian Fervor is possible for ending the game, but with the single combat that's going to be preserved, and now as we go further into the game, there's always going to be mana for it. I think, it's not really reliable. Decimate would be it, Mogwai. If Melidor top decks Decimate, as all good aggro players do.
Oh my God, we've seen this again and again happen too.
It is a game win.
We're jinxing it. We're jinxing it, Panda.
I'm a fan of spiders. I'm fine with that. that's where you're wrong, Mogwai. I am purposely jinxing it.
I'm just thinking about the Dark Knight movie. Just some men just want to watch the world burn, and I know where I stand with you now. It's fine.
It's not possible to play out both Aegises and go for some crazy surprise win here either. So that's not really a chance, but we'll see. The top decks are going to be the chance here for Melidor to do it. Also, a Stalking Shadows would do it as well. If he's able to find Doom Beast off of it and find 4 more damage, Demolitionist as well. Although there would be a single comment in that case.
The problem with Stalking Shadows into Doom Beast is that he would need quite some time to develop all 3, and maybe he doesn't actually have that.
But the healing might give him enough time, even through like an open attack or a few attacks from his opponent. Is this going to be Decimate? No,
That's
it's gonna be
Elise.
Elise. Instead, the champion finally coming onto the board here, coming into play. He's still quite healthy. 15 HP buys you some time to still find the top decks that you need.
Right now, like this leveled up action just halts her completely. Gonna develop a Vicaran Vagabond. The problem is, okay, he's gonna play that instead. I think we may see Golden Aegis here. I think it's the time to play Golden Aegis now.
Especially because if you're able to trade off the board, you have an open attack next turn with a big, a big board that can just do it before Decimate's even put on the stack. That might be the avenue that O5 is trying to go for here. And yeah, we're gonna see it. Golden Aegis comes down onto the Merciless Hunter, forcing a clean trade onto the Elise, which is the biggest part here, which is going to force the Elise to maybe attack, at least get the value from the Spider.
Exactly. That's why I have to go for it now.
Goes for
but
the
he
Doom
just
Beast instead
drops the Doom Beast immediately. All right. Well, now we know he's not playing Fading Memories. Well, we know it anyways because we can see the decks. But him developing this now, I mean, it doesn't like attacking. Just kind of like gives him all the trades.
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything, to be honest, because they're just good value trades anyway for Elise, so wouldn't change much of anything. Again, this is, I think, just all Melidor coming down to trying to find that Decimate. Still very healthy, 17 HP. That's going to change the next two attacks, obviously, but you're still happy to trade the Onlooker here for the 3/3 and just make sure that you can't get killed off the open attack next turn. You have the full trade here. I guess you're thinking about Noxian Fervor and leaving that possibility open, but as we know, we see the Silent Combat there, so that would be a bad plan. But yeah, that's the idea for Melidor. Or maybe not. He wants to have that out, you know? If he top decks Noxian Fervor, now he has no units, so he can't really do anything about it. But
he, like WTF can't really. I mean, he could open attack, but he still dies with Decimate top deck.
Oh,
he still dies with Decimate top deck. And
gonna be Skitter instead, and I think that might be it with two chances to go for rally effects with the Aegis here.
Effects, that's that.
Melidor had to hope for Decimate.
Don't Decimate top deck.
3 different turns and doesn't.
It didn't happen, Panda. It actually didn't happen. I can't believe it.
Definitely an odd game, but from both sides. You know, this is not usually the game plan for Akshan Saber having like 3 different rallies in one game, but it will be the case. Your 9 damage being pushed through without.
This season has been all about just drawing these Golden Aegises again and again. Like we saw that Pantheon match, they drew all 3. Like people are just drawing. Like this is a great incentive where people just drop it down to 2. It's every game. It's just rally. Down goes the Skitter. But that won't be enough, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to see. Yeah, so we're going to like anything there. Like, he can do whatever he wants.
No cards in hand, no counterplay, and that will be it.
And that's game 1, folks. WTF takes it. Melidor is 1 loss away from being eliminated in the semifinals right here as he has to defeat Scouts. Akshan Sivir was the roughest of the two now. Now, this is more of an even playing field now. We may see a Scouts mirror to lead off, and it's going to be Genevieve versus Cythria, the movie. And then, depending on how that ends up, we may see Spiders into it. But I definitely do expect both players.
Spider has a very good matchup against Scouts. It's just faster. It just gets on the board, and you know, with Fearsome is able to create more pressure more easily. Doesn't play for the board as much. Has a burn.
But what if? I mean, are you sure?
Turn 6, the game's over. Guarantee you, Mongo. I play a lot of Spiders, and the biggest advantage is the fact that both players or both decks play somewhat equally on the board, but the burn advantage for Spiders puts them ahead, especially Doom Beast. Doom Beast is able to heal back up, offsets the race quite a bit.
But I'd say like Misfortune is just tremendous in the matchup though. Like you combine with the Challengers, if you get Misfortune with Ranger's Resolve backup, you can just clear their board very easily. You know, like I feel like I don't know, like Melidor brought his own Scouts. I feel like this is a better odd for him. I'm not an expert Spider player, but at the same time, the deck is pretty, linear in a way.
Off of stats on ladder, there's a 32% win rate for Scouts versus Spiders.
Okay, Jesus. All right.
It's a pretty big. I've played a lot of Spiders. It is you always have the Fervor on turn 3 to trade with Misfortune because it is obviously, like you mentioned, a very important unit to.
Oh, that's why I was mentioning like Ranger's Resolve, like we see there, right? Like it's one of those things. Like if you preserve her on the board, like she definitely. Well, we'll see. Like if Melidor is able to win this mirror, then things will change. But it's not looking too great for him, unfortunately, because he doesn't have his own Misfortune. He does have the blinding assault into sharp side potentially, but that would be a 2-card trade.
Is long-term value. This is not really going to be a race because both players have similar tools, and you're just trading off, the same units for the same units, essentially kind of evening out. But whoever goes a little bit more in the top end, has a little bit more of those big value trades with Genevieve, etc., usually gets the advantage. So, but like you mentioned, a big tempo-heavy start for 05 might offset that completely.
Yeah, that's 5 damage from the get-go.
This is a
Vanguard Sergeant represents,
a bad hand for Melidor. He has to be feeling quite bad that he wasn't able to get any of these early drops on turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, he drew the Butcher a bit late as well. I mean, he has the ability to start building up his board a bit here, but WTF has Misfortune on curve. He knows, like, one of the things about this Scouts deck is that even though it's Demacia, it's like the one Demacia deck that doesn't play single combat. So the disruption, like any sort of interaction, is essentially combat based. Like there's
the
no
next top deck for Melidor isn't a playable unit for turn 4. I'm gonna go ahead and say the game's over. There's literally a perfect curve for 05. Protector, Tracker, Misfortune, Island Navigator. A 5-wide board with a potential range of resolve to maybe win some trades. Not this next turn, but the one after that. And you can't play Quinn next turn. You can't play Genevieve next turn. You can only play the Butcher. If you don't find a viable unit to play to fight for the board, it might be over. It's too much an advantage, possibly.
It's a bit early to say, though, because he does have a unit on the board now, and he...
Oof.
Okay, oof. Yikes.
I think that's it. I'm sorry to say.
And he got a Challenger with the Island Navigator. Oh, my God.
And next turn you have Golden Aegis into Resolve as well.
Just...
With Scout here for both turns with Misfortune, with no way to kill Misfortune, no solo combat, no way to I think this is unfortunately a non-game for Melidor, to be honest. I don't want to, just take away the suspense altogether, but if you've played enough Scouts, you've casted enough Scouts, you understand how much this tempo and this pressure advantage matters. And it's all about playing for the board, and when your opponent has 5 units, 2 Challengers and a Misfortune, and 2 Scout units against your Vanguard Sergeant and an unactivated Jagged Butcher, you're in big trouble. The Sharp Sight is good.
I mean, he has Sharp Sight into Golden Aegis, but the problem with Golden Aegis is complete. Like, it's probably better to just go for the Relentless Pursuit for the +1/+1 stat line. But 2 Challengers just make this, like, he's not going to be able to prevent this hit.
And he didn't guarantee the kills for the most part with the Challengers onto the right units with the Misfortune pings.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like the fact that he also pulled the Challenger out of that Island Navigator, I think really does seal the deal, because he's able to just push so much damage here. So much damage. And if he does resort to, like, the problem is if he resorts to this Sharp Side, he loses the ability to knock out Misfortune with the Valor next round with Quinn. And I think that's just too much.
We're gonna see it here. The Vanguard Sergeant is gonna be using the Sharp Sight here, surviving the ping effect and the 2 attack from the Island Navigator, down to 3 HP now, and can possibly get another block. But now you just get challenged by the Tracker, kills off the Vanguard Sergeant. You challenge with the Poro onto the Jagged Butcher, kills that off as well. And Misfortune and the Protector attack unperturbed.
Ooh, WTF may be overthinking here a little bit.
There's a lot of spell mana. You might be scared of combat tricks that aren't really there, as we know, and it's gonna be the case that you don't want to.
Wow, that's
Misfortune.
But that's still. He's lost a lot of momentum this way, though. I'm not sure that was correct. I think he was
playing around when there was no blocker with 2 Challengers available.
I think he was afraid of. I think Melidor psyched him out with a Ranger's Resolve.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what happened. And now with his own Ranger's Resolve here. But I think WTF just really wants to, like, no matter what, he just really wants to level up this Misfortune. But the thing is Misfortune's level up as, like, game winning in this matchup where they're running Ranger's Resolve? Like, Ranger's Resolve hard counters are even when leveled up, because the pings are individual, right? So the tough just completely halts it down. And we see Genevieve here.
Protector comes down to guarantee Misfortune. Can't die for this turn. I think this is definitely the right play. playing it slow, playing it for the next turn, playing for the misfortune level, which we all know. If you played against scouts, you've played scouts yourself. When MF levels up, your win rate shoots up to like 95%. There's very few times that you level up misfortune and don't end up winning because of how powerful her level up effect is, especially once the devs added overall back into the mix.
Really interesting though, because he has the ability to range and resolve to trade into that challenger, but if he does, he loses that for when he really needs it. I think he could dive in one of these Valors into it anyways. Like I feel like removing the scout challenger is really important, but he's also worried about a sharp sight. The mind games here are just absolutely brutal. Like that riposte, by the way, that riposte is really relevant.
This is where we talked about it. If you end up surviving the initial tempo pressure from a strong start like WTF's, the late game hand is much better for Meliador. He does have Genevieve, he does have For Demacia, he does have, 2 rally effects of his own.
I mean, WTF is completely running on this misfortune right now. It's all on that. So I think we may have been a bit quick here because this game is still very, very alive.
I think that was especially because of the non-attack last turn. The attack that didn't attack with misfortune, didn't challenge.
But it made sense to a certain extent, right? Even though, honestly, like I think ultimately it was a misplay. That range of resolve, though, getting that out of there is really important.
You have mana here for both Ally Navigator and a rally effect. That's the really scary thing here.
Yeah.
You get the Sharkling here non-ideal if you're not playing Lurk. But it is fearsome. It is damage that can sometimes just push through. That's enough to really, get that chip damage in.
He wants to get that level up.
Yeah, of course. That's the game plan here. You can attack even 4 times here with scouts, and then another attack, and then a rally effect as well to guarantee misfortune can attack not just once with a level up, but twice even.
No. I mean Meliador. Meliador wants to get a level up on Quinn.
On Quinn, yeah.
Yeah, he's rallying himself to try to set up an attack here so he can start attempting to pick off his board. He could potentially go for a range resolve here. Yes, exactly. This actually is pretty legit.
Ooh, the riposte is here, but it's not going to be quite enough with the ping effect, of course. Not really doing anything with the tough, thanks to range of resolve.
But it halts him. It completely shuts him down. Yep, it's pretty much game because he needed to level up Quinn. But that riposte was the end. Like that riposte actually sealed the deal. Like that riposte was so vital as a draw for WTF here. Yep,
he gets a trade on the Navigator as well. Now this is a 5 attack Navigator. The fact of a riposte that you're always going to make use of it twice essentially on a turn with a scout.
It's the big thing is it stops the attack from Quinn, which is Meliador had a legit plan here. He had a legit plan, but he's been shut down. Unfortunately, it did come down to the draws this time around. Like his curve was just too much, and not only his curve, but the riposte. Because if it wasn't for that riposte, it was a very legit game plan here. But this is way too much momentum, and this is just even with the range of resolve right there. This is just all she wrote. That's too much damage.
One here, the damage going through.
And that's exactly lethal, ladies and gentlemen. That's game. Meliador goes down, and WTF, the Russian player, makes it to the finals with a dominating 2-0 victory. Props to Meliador, though. He played phenomenally this tournament, and he ended up succumbing to the one lineup that was not running Ari Kennen.
And 05 WTF, remember, Pettish was the seasonal champion in the second seasonal we celebrated so long ago, and that would be a chance for them come onto the board and have 2 wins for Russia if 05 is able to do it. He has moved into the finals, but he still is going to have one more max that he has to win against 2 very good players in Salty Simon and Trude. Hopefully, we can still jump into that match if it is still ongoing.
That would be nice.
To find out who's going to end up taking that win there and moving up to the finals to face off against 05. As we mentioned, if 05 win, Russia gets the second win, but Sweden and Bulgaria have yet to win a seasonal. These 2 players, Trude and Salty Simon, have yet to make it into a finals or even a run as deep as the one they're making here today. So a lot of history is being written here for this seasonal tournament.
Yeah, great way to start off the year for sure. Some names that are starting to get recognition, as like we said, Melidor has been around for a while, but this is the first time that he makes it so far in. Honestly, he had a brilliant lineup. I think he had a brilliant tournament, and it happens. I think he should be very, very happy of his performance and his run, and the fact that he just succumbed to a lineup that he wasn't targeted ultimately, and he was successful in targeting what he was. Speaks a lot for his preparation, and it's very nice to see outside the box strategies succeed in tournaments like this. But I'm also really intrigued to see Salty Simon versus Trev, because those two lineups are also so spicy, man. You got the Rico Rex action Sivir Darius style versus the Anivia man. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
We're jumping into a very interesting board state here. Game 3. We've seen Golden Sisters on the board here. 3 HP on the Nexus is going to heal some back up to 7. A full board for Salty Simon playing Ari Kennen up against Zoe Diana with a full Celestial hand, essentially here. 2 destroyers.
So all I want to say is something has been mini-morphed, and that mini-T has been recalled. I don't know exactly what went down, but I do know this game is over, Panda. This game
Homecoming is massive here. No lifesteal available. You can't replay the Golden Stitcher. There's a full board coming in. The Minity gets a replay from hand. Respect to the Minity. And 3 HP on the Nexus without the heal there for Shrewd. I think this might be Simon winning this game 3 and advancing to the next round, to the finals.
What a time to kill it. It's like, oh wow, what a board state is like 3 health, 2 units, full board state.
The Trickster comes down, but you don't have enough blockers, you don't have enough answers in hand. Even with all the Invoke cards and Celestial cards, we know that they're always going to be slow speed. The Charger does come down, it's all your mana used up here now. Go hard, the perfect answer. You have Notify for any cheeky stuff going on the next turn if there is some kind of topic that can stop some damage, but with 3 HP, does it even matter?
I don't believe it does. And here, ladies and gentlemen, here we see the end of Shrewd. He did use it on the Pill Cascade. Let's see what he top decks here. That is a Star Shaping. Could that help? It's just too much. Too much
There's
pressure.
no attack buff cards, no Twin Discipline in hand for Simon, but only 2 blocks here. Star Shaping heals
6,
you up
8, 9, going up to 7. He needs a little bit more. Can he find it? Can he find something with that 1 mana Pale Cascade? Can he find double Guiding Touch?
There's an Notify. If there is a group shot, the Notify is there. It's not going to be enough. You're trying to kill this Minity here, but Notify is ready to go. You have Deny as well. You have so many different cards to answer this, and Simon will be winning this game.
That's it. Salty Simon advances to the finals alongside WTF. We got Russia versus Sweden. You did it, Panda. Your second nationality, or I'm sorry, your first, as it was all along, has made it. Congratulations.
I've never been Spanish. I've always been rooting for Sweden. I've always been rooting for Salty Simon. I mentioned his plan yesterday. He mentioned in the interview, it's all coming together. He's in the grand finals of the seasonal tournament after only qualifying for the 2nd time. Last season was his first chance, had a bad showing, but this time around, he makes it. He goes all the way, and he has a chance to become a seasonal champion, a player that has always been very divisive. He's always, I think, his name is apt. I think it's applicable, and he knows it as well. He's someone that definitely can sometimes be the victim of emotions, but also maybe gives him that extra drive to really try and prove himself in this tournament, and he's made it all the way into the finals.
I mean, he's taken down some big names, including the reigning world champion in Alan Z in the top 16, and makes it all the way to the finals. Yeah, well, he's defeated the guy who beat the Owi, right? Yeah. Which is it's same thing, technically. And now he's facing off against WTF.
Where it's like Kirby, like the opponent eats Owi, and then now it counts as if you defeated Owi as well. I'm not sure that's quite how it works, but
yeah. No, I wanted to watch that ship sink like slowly while getting my popcorn. It was glorious. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
we have coming up.
Yeah, this is really exciting, honestly. Like, WTF has he's all in Demacia lineup with the Action Sivir, which I love to see, and Salty Simon with, he does have Ari Kennen. He's the one player with Ari Kennen, correct?
Yes, Simon.
He's got Ari Kennen, but then he's got Darius, Action Sivir there. Oh, we may see Noxus Action Sivir versus Demacia Action Sivir, which is like top 10 anime betrayals. It's going to be interesting. And what else is Salty Simon bringing besides that? What is his 3rd deck? I believe it was It is Poppy. Yeah, it's the Bandle tree.
Yeah.
Slaying Bandle tree, but there's no Lee Sin. This is just a very, like, both of them have pretty well designed counter lineups, but there's nothing specific to counter except for perhaps the Ari Kennen here from WTF. So we'll see soon, but we're gonna have to take a bit of a break though for the next round.
We have ended both of these series a little bit early, so that is going to be, of course, we are dictated by the tournament timer. It doesn't start for a little while, so it will be a bit of a longer break, but don't go anywhere because we do have, of course, the finals coming up, and we have quite a final between 05 WTF and Salty Simon, and some very unique decks as well. So stay tuned. In just 10, 15, 20 minutes, somewhere around there, we'll be back with all the action, so don't go anywhere.
Just bring a strong lineup, don't go too far out of the line, and bring the decks that you're comfortable playing with. It's a mistake to bring decks that you have no clue how to play and mulligan with.
Just play your comfort decks. Like, don't if you answer about some decks, don't play them because you are likely just going to misplay them. And like, it's better to play your comfort. Yeah, and get some scrim partners that you can play like some matchups that you don't know well, and it really helped me because I didn't understand the value of scrims before I actually did them, and they helped me a lot.
I would try to find people that are willing to scrim with you often, and it's also important to discuss different lineups and strategies with them. Also, getting multiple perspectives is really good.
I would say one of the most important things, if not the most important, is you should play decks you're comfortable on. So anything you have a lot of experience on, so you can know matchups and the most common lines. If you spend too much time on this game, as I do, then you can make a lineup beforehand, like a week or so before. I usually do like up to a month. And then you have a time to get comfortable on those decks.
If you are good enough, you should aim for a 7-2 spot. If you aren't and you qualify anyway, just bring, first of all, decks you're comfortable with, and hopefully your comfort is not like Vladimir Karim Arrowing combo, or like something good or playable, and then bring good decks. Like it's a lot better than bringing some counter to the meta big brain lineup, because you're gonna face everything in the open rounds.
Honestly, the best advice I can give is get the 7-2 tiebreaker slot. Like, there's nothing that's going to increase your chance of qualifying more than that, just probability wise. Apart from that, yeah, if you're confident on high scale cap decks, I would say do it like I mentioned earlier on, like 3 high scale cap decks that you're comfortable with and that also have solid stats all around.
I think you need to train your lineup, even if you need a lot of time, but you need to train it, and you need to be focused, because a lot of time I thought I was over, and I was focused, and I won it.
Just get good at the game. Yeah, it sounds a little bit mean, but I think that's the first step, and yeah, do it like me, qualify about 10 times for the seasonal tournament. I think this is the 8th one, and yeah, hopefully you will get there.
Just practice. Like, this game is very difficult, so you just need to put in the hours and have a good lineup, a good strategy, and a good group of friends to talk to about the game, and within time, I think anyone is capable of doing it.
I would definitely recommend getting a 7-2 spot. It makes a huge difference. And other than that, I could advise them to improve themselves, because what actually matters to perform on tournaments is improving constantly. So yeah, I guess that's it.
Practice as many decks as possible. Watch video, stream, ask questions, and get coached.
I think the most common advice would be to play decks you are comfortable with, and it's true. But I also believe that to succeed, you need to use at least some strategy with your decks. For example, target something with your lineup, or have a target ban which is defined by your free decks. your decks have to have similar strengths and weaknesses and stuff like that. And nowadays there are a lot of websites with statistics, there are meta reports, there are such tools like Ban Helper, etc. So technology is here, the data is here, make sure to use it.
I would say overall, like, focus on playing decks that you know how to play, and then just write down all of those decks, and then make sure that they have like similar matchup tables. Because the lineup being coherent is still very, very important. But don't try and hard counter anything. That's normally not the correct decision.
Make sure you got the 7-2 tiebreakers and enjoy the free wins. Nah, but for real, I think just go for your comfort pick and try to enjoy the games.
I think something really important is to just grind the ladder and make sure you get a high placement. I think it matters both for your pairing, so you get paired into easier matches. That was at least my experience. And also, like, you don't have to stress as much because you can get those 2 losses. And also, just like, if you just like manage to play a lot in Masters, you're just gonna get better because you're gonna train against some of the best players, and that is really important. If you just qualify through Gauntlet, you're not gonna have the training experience you might need for the actual open rounds.
Only just don't overthink it. I was trying to overthink my lineups a lot in the beginning in my first 2 seasonals, and it would never work because you're just not experienced on the decks. This time I just brought 2 comfort picks and the best deck and tried to get like some reps in with Ari Cannon. And I think if you feel comfortable, you're more likely to win the losing matchups you need to win to get to an 8-1 or a 7-2 record.
Don't try too hard, because if you try too hard during the tournament, you are bound to make mistakes. That's what I get from it. Because if you look at it, for example, Alan. This is the first time Alan's qualifying, and he's the world champion. So the best player in the world is just qualifying the first time for the season. So it doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how hard you try. It's 50% luck, I believe. But do your best. Be relaxed. Just give it your best. Yeah.
Let's get to fighting. Hello, my large rock bird friend. Smash him to bits!
Come out and play.
Looks like fun. Right. I can take it.
I sculpt what others only dream of.
Justice! How long was I out for? I will crush your prince with your broken body, Galio. I'd like to see you try, spooky giant person. I may be made of stone, but I'm all heart. You don't mess with Demacia. That was fun! So who's next?
Vandal Scouts are taught that if you're not ready for everything, you're not ready for anything. But the best adventures are usually the ones you never expected to take. So, I think it's okay to not have all the answers. You just need the courage to keep looking. Oh, and friends to keep you out of trouble while you do. I can't wait to see where the next journey leads. a new adventure. I go where you go. I'm Fizz! Your lunch! Check the book! Time to prowl! This away! Come on, book! Don't worry, I've got your back.
Today we say,
Playtime! Enough! Enough! SWAT! SWAT! Zoom!
bleed we must.
Let's find a new best friend! Time to turn the page, book!
I will make the gods remember this day.
The power of friendship!
And we are back with the Magical Misadventures Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament. I am Mogwai, joined by Impetuous Panda. We were talking about how we would want to get rid of our precursors to our names earlier, but no, Impetuous Panda. How is it going, man? Hello.
It's going
You ready?
great. Going into this finals, I always tell you how quickly we move through this tournament. It always feels like you started off and then you're already in semifinals or in quarterfinals with only 8 players left, with so many big names being eliminated. It all goes by so quickly, I think, because I think it's so exciting to watch as well. And really, we know all these players are a great majority of them, and we're very invested in their wins and their losses and in how the results pan out. And in this case, especially for me, obviously, I have my countrymen here. Salty Simon trying to fight for, in his second seasonal, a big win here for him, for Sweden as well. There's a rivalry with the Scandinavian countries with the, Tomb Simon. The other Simon was here representing Denmark. We had Ali Caesar for Finland as well. And none of the Scandinavian countries have yet to win a seasonal. This will be the first time that the Northern European countries are able to do it. And that's also, I think, a big deal for Simon. I think he is someone that does take pride in where he's from. And 05 WTF as well. Russia, they've always worked together in kind of their own little micro community with the CIS region, with players like Pedish, with players that are very well regarded like Ragnar Rosic that came to Worlds as well. And 05 has been there kind of maybe as more of a side character to these big names that had the success that won seasonal, that went to Worlds, but he's always been there kind of, in the Masters Europe team. And now is just finally his chance to come in and elevate himself to that, highest caliber of Russian player.
I just want to know what the 05 means. I mean, I can get WTF, but I really don't understand. Is there a reference to like Oxygen or his favorite player from like a Russian football team or something? We will see eventually. Regardless,
if you read the fun facts that are included, you might think that that's what he wrote, but he didn't write anything. Players are given a form they have to fill in, and one of the parts to fill in is, can you write a fun fact about yourself? Most of these players don't like to play along, and they just don't write anything. They just leave it blank. And I am the one that writes these fun facts. So I'm given a lot of blank slates, and I have to find something funny or relevant to put there. Most of the times, I make it up because I have to try and put something. So that is actually not what he wrote. I just added some Pokemon reference. I hope you guys found it funny. It is a lot of work sometimes making stuff up for players that don't have anything there. You don't know anything about them. You don't know their name. You don't know anything. So it is difficult. But
I can believe that for sure.
Hopefully some of them were funny at least.
All right, well, peculiar nicknames aside, these two players is not just about the username. Their lineups are also very damn interesting as well. Let's take a look at Salty Simon and the lineup that has gotten him not only through the World Champion, but all the way to the finals of the first ever seasonal tournament of 2022. It is Ari Kennen, not a surprise, as this has been the premier deck of the qualifiers and the most feared deck. Essentially the deck that everybody has built their lineups around at the very least for this seasonal. Followed up by Rico Rex, Akshan Sivir, Darius, Mork style, with big overwhelm units and attacks and mites and attacks and worldly deaths and more attacks. And followed by, last but not least, the Bando City anti-Lee Sin deck with the Bando Tree win condition. Only running Poppy, I believe, in this variant because Grumble Slug, it's replacing Fizz. And overall, a very interesting lineup that has put in the work and got him all the way to the finals. What do you think about Salty Simon's lineup as a whole?
Very unexpected. I mean, even Bandle Tree, if you're thinking about Lee Sin, getting a large percentage of the deck representation coming to Top Cut, having an excuse for playing Minimorph, for example, finding a Bandle Tree deck that makes sense, that has this different matchup table. But still, unexpected. I think the Akshan Sivir Darius, he was playing it yesterday in Fight Night, so I'm not surprised he brought it. I kind of had like the hint that maybe he was bringing the same lineup or something similar to the tournament today. And it has been playing out very well. I have to say, just looking at both lineups, it's kind of a blast from the past. Who would have expected to see two Akshan Sivirs in the finals? Bandle Tree, which is kind of the meta from the last seasonal or Worlds even, where Bandle Tree really got a lot of play rate. Scouts as well, a deck that has come and gone. So many different metas, just always slipping in and then disappearing for a few months and then coming back in when the meta suits it, like it does with Ari Kennen. So overall, a little bit surprising to see both of these lineups make it here. But very happy to see. I think in card games, you always hate to see just mirrors at the end, all the same decks. In this case, a lot of very fresh stuff coming into the finals.
Let's take a look at his opponent's lineup. WTF, bringing in that Demacia sweetness. We know what his favorite region is, or at least for this season. We got Scouts, first of all, followed by Pantheon Tarek. I like to call that deck L'Oreal, because they earned it. And Akshan Sivir in the end, my favorite mid-range deck in the game, at least from a metagame standpoint. Out of the competitive decks that have been out there in the recent times, this has been a deck that really has sunk in with me. It's just very, very nice to watch, very interesting to both pilot and observe. And I always feel like whenever I get to see this deck at high level seasonal play, I learn something about it, or how to play it rather. And I'm excited to see it make it all the way to the finals here. It's going to be very interesting because only one of the two players is playing Ari Kennen, so that already makes the ban phase not as obvious as it would seem with other matchups. And we're going to see how that entails. What do you think about this all-in Demacia lineup? Do you like WTF's game plan?
I'm generally not a big Demacia enjoyer. I don't usually like playing. I like playing more.
You like spiders? Or you like Demacia? Jesus, how are we even friends?
But some players definitely do rely on it a lot. We've had players that kind of their signature region has been Demacia. They like these board-based combats. I do prefer it over the Ari Kennen shenanigans that we have now and Azirelli. I do like more mid-rangey, more playing for the board and just slowly grinding out an advantage over time. But I haven't really played any of these decks. They haven't been my go-to decks in many of the last few seasons. So, especially Pantheon I'm not a big fan of. I think it's a bit bland, but I know you probably find it much more enjoyable. Especially Oxon Saber, I know you become a big fan, a big 180 from you, from hating it when it was very oppressive. I think it was deserving of being hated to now being a more fair pick. It's now a much more fair version of the archetype that does, like you said, offer a lot of counterplay, offer a lot of agency to the players, a lot of decision making that I think allows it to be a very cool deck to see in action. Like you mentioned, with the best players piloting it, it makes it that much more exciting.
The card Bruiser is just a really good card. Really cool, rather. Good and cool. Like I really like seeing that card being played.
And cool.
Go ahead, getting those lucky finds. Yeah, exactly. And also I like this this spice, Cithria the Bold, going back to the original ways of scouts for WTF here instead of going with Genevieve, which, in the upcoming matchup may actually make a difference. That Fearsome can actually be very, very strong. That may be the reasoning why he's looking to target that Ari Kennen, and Fearsome is a very strong keyword against that deck. Also a keyword that Vicar and Bruiser can potentially enable through Lucky Finds as well. So we may see scenarios like that involved. Nonetheless, we're going to move on to the picks and bans phase relatively shortly, and we're going to be going over the potential bans here. But just so we lead off with it a little bit earlier, what do you expect could happen here regarding bans? Like, do you think WTF is going to be hitting that Ari Kennen and trying out against the other two, or because I could see an argument for the Darius, we don't see Darius in there, but the Silver Action Darius list getting the axe, pun intended.
I was gonna say, if that was accidental, Mogwai. I think Scouts might be the difficult deck to deal with here. Obviously, it's a very fast-paced deck, a deck that can really punish Ari Kennen, for example. I think it is, and we've seen it today, have some very explosive starts, especially for 05 WTF when he played against Meliador. There it is. Darius gets added. Our production is on top of things, making sure that so we have all the data here given up. I think Scouts is definitely the deck that Salty Simon might have to be more careful with.
Yeah, but I was referring to like WTF's ban, right? Because normally we expect Ari Kennen, but I think Action Silver Darius would be a worthy ban as well, because it can kind of outmuscle a lot of WTF's lineup. We've seen that in the past, how these sort of like rally decks crumble on their bigger brother versions. And,
I think Ari Kennen is just too spooky, though. I mean,
but his lineup seems to be geared for it. I think he's countering it in a way.
Yeah, but if Scouts gets banned, which is what you might expect, like that again, where it's not just looking at the three decks and deciding. Obviously, you have to think about what the ban, what ban is expected, and then thinking on going off of that, what's the consequence? What do I matchups change in that case? That's also why maybe making a ban that doesn't make that much sense. If you go like too deep into it, it starts making sense. There's a lot of different variables involved with picking bans and with the strategy here.
He's also got it's also true that he's playing Tarek Pantheon, which can be very vulnerable to stuns and just Ionian-ness in general, right? Homecoming, all those things can be really, really difficult to deal with. So it'd be nice to see an outside. I mean, it's not like I'm eager to see Ari Kennen in the finals, but
I do enjoy seeing Banaltree play, so I would love to see Banaltree in action.
Here we go. All right, it's definitely been an Ari Kennen ban because we see the big boy Rico Rex deck here.
It looks like Scouts was not banned, actually, is coming in here for the first game for 05 WTF.
We got all raw, baby. That's why we're the casters.
And let's see the start here for Salty. I think he has already mulligan, so not really an ideal start for him. Has a Treasure Seeker, sure, but still missing a lot of one drops. Going to have a bit of a slower start. Does have the 3 attack though. The attack token on turn 3 for his Trifarian.
Yeah, and he's got some combat tricks here and there. He's got the Merciless Hunter, which could be used to friend a removal onto the Misfortune. Like, he's got options. That Elixir of Wrath can just outmuscle a Sharp Sight later. But again, that Repose was the game-winning card for WTF in the semifinals against Meliador, and that could also be extremely relevant here, as besides Whirling Death and Bloody Business, there's not much Salty Simon has to deal with barriers with this matchup specifically. So Riposte is going to be a very, very potent card here. And also Bryce Steel Protector can do some stalling as well.
A lot to be thought about here from 05. Of course, he's playing for the board. He thinks that this is also a unit that's going to die to misfortune eventually. And he's thinking, you know, very long term. He doesn't mind going for a bit of a race. Scouts is going to be a fast stack, of course. And just thinking about the long term value of his board.
And that misfortune draw, that second misfortune draw is actually very relevant, because if Salty Simon, you know, if he finds a way to deal with the 3-drop incoming here, even though that Shapestone changes things completely, but that second misfortune will convert into a Make It Rain, which looks perfect onto his board. So, oh my god, I would drop it.
I love this. I love this from Salty Simon. He's waiting to see if he can get a Merciless Hunter onto the misfortune by passing here. The classic, when you're playing DPF Jaw Hunter, you do the same thing. But I think 05 can sniff this out.
Yeah, I think he passes back. The thing is that Make It Rain setup is so tempting, but you can do that on your own turn as well. I think it's worth it, honestly. I believe it's definitely worth it. I think it's very obvious what's going on here, especially with open deck lists. And players of these calibers, like, they're not going to be fooled into this. I do this a lot on ladder with Merciless Hunter, and it works. But here, it's a different story. So I would pass back here. If I'm WTF, I would pass back.
I remember back when Callista Fearsomes was meta and I was playing a lot of deep, I would always pass on 3. They would just spew out their Callista, play my Jaw Hunter, and get the kill easily. But Vanguard Sergeant does end up coming down here. This does offer a trade into the Merciless Hunter, or you can go for the Trifarian instead and go for the big beefy boy. Can't block, but it has a 5/4 stat line to force a trade or take 5 damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, this unit is making a bit of a comeback here. I remember this card used to be played a lot in the early stages, but a good series of blocks here for WTF. Gonna be pushing some damage. Salty Simon is, I don't know why I spoke like Yoda there, but we're gonna see him go down to 15, and there may be an incentive to go for his combat trick here.
Elixir of Wrath might be the choice here.
Yeah.
Again, with scouts, it is very important to take down these units to not allow for the units like Cithria, like Genevieve in some cases, to buff up a wide board for Demacia as well.
Yeah, Salty Summon is smelling blood here. He knows that he can get actual crazy damage out of that Elixir of Wrath onto an Overwhelm unit or alongside the Might that he just drew.
One thing to mention here with this matchup here, might not be into exactly this version of Akshan Sivir with a Darius and with a much more aggressive slant, so the matchup might be a little bit wrong there. Also want to mention, I did mention before in the last series that Spiders has a good matchup against Scouts. I did misread the numbers. I was a bit jumbled up. Wanted to blindly follow the numbers, even though it didn't make much sense. Malga, you had a very good argument, and I was a bit confused as well, but I did misread, so that is on me. Scouts does have a good matchup against Spiders.
Are you paying attention, chat? Good.
I own up to my mistakes. It's you're human, Mogwai. We're both.
No. Hey, yeah.
We both make mistakes.
I commend you. I commend you for it, but I'm allowed to love it.
Our players and our viewers aren't ever confused about what the numbers try to say. We're going to see here now the Sandstone Charger coming down on attack.
Yeah, this is interesting because it forces the Bryce Steel Protector, because you could develop the Misfortune and then go for the Bryce Steel Protector, but if the opponent leads off with an attack, you're kind of forced into a weird block and you're taking way too much damage. So the momentum right now for Salty Simon really forces WTF to just prioritize this instead, and we're in a situation in which he's playing Scouts, but he has not found the moment to develop this Misfortune and start working for the level up. And
Are you aware that one Might can be played alongside 2 Elixirs of Wrath and a Shapestone?
Well, now I am. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
And there's no interaction, and that's the beautiful thing about this. That's why that data was a little bit far off, right? Because, and by a little bit I mean a lot, because in this case you're capitalizing on a matchup where they don't have single combat. It's happening. Yeah. Oh my god, this is lethal. This is lethal, right?
We should probably do the math here. 2 damage is gonna be taken.
Yeah, this is lethal. This is lethal. This is actually lethal. With the Shapestone on top of that is actually lethal, ladies and gentlemen.
You have no sharp side, actually.
No. It's exactly lethal.
Exactly.
Never mind.
Lethal here. Salty Simon in the finals of the seasonal tournament is able to win it with a nut combo. We were talking about crazy hands there, and the moment I saw 6 mana and exactly those cards in hand, I said, wait a minute, I'm not going to do the math just yet, but it looks like a whole lot of damage coming through, and that is enough for Simon to win this game 1. Is now on match point.
Well, that's, I mean, it's somewhere Sub plays. Breco Rex is smiling. That's all I'm gonna say. That was an overwhelming moment. All right, I'll stop.
We'll see what the bands where we don't see them updated here just yet. We didn't see them, as fast as that first game was, we didn't see them in game with, the visual marker coming up to show us here. But we do know that one deck is now off the table for Simon. That is going to be the Auction Silver with Darius. Ari Cannon or Bandletree is remaining. I
think it's Bandletree. Yeah, definitely.
Which is a deck that I love to see. I love to see in action. I love to see, all the different regions pieced together. Magua, you're now going to be in charge of counting the regions at any point in time. If I ask you,
you know what? I got this.
All right.
I got this.
Taking out the challenge. I like the confidence. Don't mess it up, though. This is the grand finals, Magua.
Bro, you don't understand. Like,
I'm gonna ask you in the worst moment. When I see you're distracted, I'm gonna hit you with it. The band's coming through here. Akshan Zibber banned for 05, and it was Ari Cannon, of course, banned for Simon.
And Akshan Zibber took the ban in the end, which makes sense. It is just the more flexible of the three.